You alright, Shandy?
Like,
Yeah, I woke up like 10 minutes ago.
wow.
Just getting used to it.
To being awake, I suppose. I'm gonna go live, by the way, so just letting you know. Okay, we're live. Hello, people
right.
and everyone. People and everyone. That's okay. How y'all doing? Yeah, fucking. The CV will be arriving soon, but today we know we have a few topics we'd like to cover. I'd say first and foremost, hello Shandy, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing okay. I'm chilling.
Yeah,
It's pretty cold.
Yeah,
Just trying to get warm.
right. I heard you love What If. Is that true? Because we're gonna be talking.
Oh yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of it, especially episode number 2.
Right.
I absolutely adore what they did to Thanos. I think it's probably one of the best things they've introduced into Phase 4 so far.
I could not agree more. Uh, but before we get into it, a few topics to cover. Firstly, the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer was released, and we have a few thoughts about it.
Just a few.
Jeb, considering that groan, would you like to give out your thoughts first?
Oh, that was one of the most hilarious trailers I've ever seen. Like, I've never seen such nostalgia baiting heap of shit that assassinates two characters and people are lapping it up. It's like, oh my god, there's these things. These things are in my film. I love it. And to be quite honest, I'm excited myself. Like, I want to see this clusterfuck ensue. But seeing people defend it, especially on your video, was hilarious. And to see it's the most viewed trailer in 24 hours of all time, I'm like, what the fuck am I witnessing in life?
Hey, but Doctor Strange is arrogant.
Oh, fuck that argument. No.
Yeah, we're gonna be yeah. So, well, I guess Shandy, what are your thoughts on the trailer?
I like it. I think it's fun.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough.
I
thought
can't-
I had some fun with the trailer. Like, it looks like I'll probably enjoy the film.
I cannot wait to see what they do. I personally hope they character assassinate everyone because I just do not give a crap at this point anymore.
Well, the issue I'm having is that it's gonna introduce the multiverse, and then it's gonna tie into Doctor Strange, especially with Wanda being there, and Eternals, which is just like, oh, so there's a chance they're gonna bring David into the MCU. So
I
thought they introduced the multiverse with Loki already.
well, yeah, but they're gonna introduce it again with Doctor Strange in No Way Home, apparently, because they're like, oh, the multiverse is a concept we know like frighteningly little about. And, like, Loki, all they did was at the end they had a different TVA. So I think what's actually going to introduce the concept of the multiverse is well, to be fair, What If is kind of doing that, right? Showing the different universes and the different outcomes, though, in a way that does not make any sense whatsoever, but
No.
we'll get to that.
I can't believe like yesterday I was joking about Legion appearing as that Voxverse character, and then Eternals comes along. It's like, yeah, we got Dan Stevens in this.
Yeah, the cast of Eternals posted a photo on Instagram with Dan Stevens, and it hurts my soul to see it. Even if it turns out that it's not true, I'm just really fucking worried right now. Really worried.
If that gets taken down, that's confirmation that he's playing Legion, because there'd be no other reason to take that shit down if he's a new character.
I just hope that they happen to run into him, and that's that. Because if it's something else, I'm gonna die.
And it means if Legion's coming along, Agents of Shield's an inevitability.
Yeah,
Yay.
they're definitely gonna at least use Daisy. she's definitely the type of character they want to introduce in the larger MCU, considering how like everyone loves her. I think May as well will be a character like that, but considering she retired at the end of the show, not sure.
I'm sure they'll do it great.
Oh yeah.
And we got Daredevil coming back, and it's like, why live? What is life?
Pain. Zod, what did you think of the No Way Home trailer?
Well, it's already fucking apparent that there's like no talent going into it whatsoever. So the nostalgia baiting's literally all they've got going for them. All they want is for you to look at it and go, "Oh, look, it's that thing I know from a couple of years ago," and that's it. That's what's going to get them all the money in the world, and it's already working because of the fucking shitload of views the trailer has. So, fuck it, might as well just go along with it at this point.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's not really a surprise that Marvel have a crap ton of people watching this stuff, especially not when it's a character as popular as Spider-Man. I mean, I think Spider-Man as a character is at the height of his popularity at this point. You have him being a member of the MCU, which is the most popular franchise of all time. You have Spider-Man as a character who's like probably the third most popular comic book character of all time, behind Batman and Superman. You have, of course, the nostalgia baiting with the Raimi movies.
And all the hype that's been building for months around all the rumors and leaks. So I definitely understand why there's like this many views, but it's the kind of thing where like it has more views than Endgame, and Endgame was an event they built up to for 11 years. This film, it just seems kind of like they're not really building up to it. They're just telling the story in a way where it's just like, we need to make money instead of actually trying to like finalize the story, continue a story. Not that Endgame was a good film, but you know what I mean. It actually felt like they were trying to like end the story of a lot of the characters in that.
To be fair, I feel like a lot of people are trying to avoid spoilers with Endgame because they wanted to like go in with no expectations of what was going to happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and this film, considering how they they took so long to release the trailer, I can understand why the hype for the trailer was building up to like see if the trailers would confirm any of the theories that they had. So
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but
like, imagine.
Sorry, go
on. Imagine in 2016. Was it 2016 Spider-Man got confirmed? In the deal.
He showed up in the Civil War trailer in 2016, so he probably was confirmed around that time. Yeah.
So imagine 5 years ago you heard that deal take place, and then someone told you 5 years later this is happening in his third film. you tell me to fuck off.
Well, we do anyway, so that's all right.
I mean, like,
I don't know. I feel like if you told someone in 2016 that the third Spider-Man movie in this MCU series would introduce multiverse travel and alternative Spider-Mans, I feel like there's a lot of people who would believe you. Especially since that
the Doctor Strange came out same year as Civil War, right? So I could see some people believing it. Yeah, they're like, considering Doctor Strange, I could see how that could work.
I think after Homecoming, I would say those doubts would, not doubts, those beliefs would subside because it was setting up Sinister Six, and then it went, no, we're not doing that anymore, I guess, but now we are.
Yeah. And then people will complain about Tasm Chill setting up the Sinister Six, even though that film actually integrates the Sinister Six setups like very naturally.
Let's get in on that. All those hypocrites, right? That are now praising this. This is pure corporate bullshit. Like, it's like, let's bring in Daredevil. This will make money. Let's bring in the Sinister Six. This will make money. This is literally doing what they think Tazza 2 did, and I can see why to an extent. But times 1,000. And they're like, this is perfect to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still a complete double standard. People were just really biased towards the MCU. I mean, obviously, no MCU fans are really not the brightest bunch. But I find it really funny when they say stuff like that.
And the thing is, Sinister Six was set up in TASM 1. Similar to how Homecoming did it. Well, it was nearly the exact same way Homecoming did it.
Yeah, and then
And
Tazum
it
actually
continued
built
to.
on that in a way that actually made sense within the story due to Oscorp and trying to set up the like the suits and with Harry and Oscorp in a way that actually made sense within the story, which I really appreciate.
It's just bizarre.
Yeah.
MCU's bizarre.
But speaking of retarded MCU fans, so we I uploaded a video that talks about the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer. You know, because I did not really like it, and I was talking about how the trailer pretty much already character assassinates Doctor Strange and Peter Parker because they're like doing this spell that's gonna erase people's minds, which is obviously a terrible thing to do. And not only that, but not only are they erasing people's minds, Doctor Strange is told that the spell is extremely dangerous and that he shouldn't do it by Wong, and he does it anyway. And then when he does the spell, he doesn't tell Peter how it works, nor does he just tell Peter to shut up beforehand, because Peter talking fucks up the spell, and that's what causes them hurting the space and time, or whatever the fuck he exactly calls it, which obviously is out of character for him because he's supposed to be the protector of reality, pretty much. So really, really bad. And so I uploaded that video, and a few comments disagree with me, and I'd like for us to take a look at some of these comments. I'm gonna be sharing them here, and yeah, let's take a look. This
Not this one.
Hey, this is one of the least bad ones. Okay, who wants to read it?
I volunteer. It gives me a good time to clear my throat out.
All right.
Okay. I can't fully agree with this. Tom's Peter has been berated for being a selfless cinnamon roll for literally half a decade now. The few times that he acts in benefit to himself, but incidentally, in disregard for others, Spider-Man fans are more critical. Peter is selfish. Peter is selfish. He's mildly egotistical and is only grounded by his friends and family, who he wants to keep safe. How one goes about expressing that side of him depends on the writer/director.
So, few things. I don't think a criticism we have of the MCU Spider-Man is the fact that he's too selfless.
It's the opposite, because in Homecoming he's actually pretty self-interested in being Spider-Man, that he neglects things, and then in Far From Home he literally focuses on himself.
Yeah, like one of the issues we take with Far From Home is the fact that he focuses on himself, so it's the opposite. Like, we criticize him for being selfish in Far From Home because that's out of character for him, so I would not criticize him for being a selfless cinnamon roll or whatever.
Why would you criticize Spider-Man of all people for being a selfless individual? You know, not caring about himself and doing what he can to benefit mankind as a whole.
Just real quick, because Dominic sent a super chat. Fuck, I forgot. Hold on, continue talking because I just remembered I didn't have Streamlabs open. But thanks for the super chat, Dominic. But yeah, like the issues we take with the Peter isn't that he's just selfless, and this is really downplaying what he's doing. It's just like the few times he acts in benefit to himself, but incidentally in disregard to others. That's not really it, because this is actively wanting to hurt other people. Like he's actively wanting to erase people's memories. In this trailer, he's like, "Can I just stop the? Can I just erase from these people's minds that I like that I'm gonna be that I am Spider-Man," like his identity reveal at the end of Far From Home, and that's terrible for his character. It's not just incidentally in disregard for others; it's actively hurting people. And the Dominic said in his super chat is, "Hello, you all. Hope you're having a great day. Pain." And yes, pain, pure pain.
Thank you.
Um,
I I'm Payne. Yes. Hope you're having a good day.
Yeah. And it's interesting because this, yeah, no sound effects popped up on screen, which I'm trying to understand why, because it should have. Not really sure why. I will try to fix it in the meantime. But one thing that he says is like Peter is selfish. He's mildly egotistical and is only grounded by his friends and family who he wants to keep safe. I don't think that's something that they show in the MCU. I think that's just him taking it from the comics, honestly. Like it just,
Same.
yeah, it does
Yeah.
not seem. It just seems like he's not taking this from what he should be, because I've never noticed that he's selfish in the MCU. Like there's some like few times where he could be, but he mostly just seems to be wanting to help people. So this is just strange, really strange. Now let me get the next comment.
Like in Far From Home, especially when his friends are in danger or anyone was, while on holiday, he immediately jumped into action. So, despite having these selfish desires where he gives up being Spider-Man for a bit, he still jumps into action when he has to. And he was egotistical to an extent as Homecoming, but then he realizes his place and is very humble from then on. Especially Far From Home, he's fully doubted himself.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and just someone in chat said I was more surprised how you're assassinating Strange's character before we even get to his movie, and I'm like, yeah, like
Yeah.
this is out of character for Peter, but this is even worse for Strange, and everyone is just like, see, he's cocky or he's arrogant, which we'll see a few comments saying that as well, and that's really not who Doctor Strange is, though. Like he's not, he's still somewhat arrogant, but he's not like just 100% fully arrogant. He's gonna do anything to prove he's the best, because he knows this could potentially put everything in danger. And it's like, it's not only that it's a dangerous spell when he does it anyway. It's a dangerous spell that he doesn't tell Peter to shut the fuck up, even though Peter not shutting up is what causes the spell to go wrong. So it's really impressive how terrible this is for Strange's character. But I sent another comment, Shandy, if you'd like to read it.
Yes, let me just go very quickly. Mr. Gloom, I don't know, maybe the plot is about Peter and Strange learning the lesson, the issues with this... Sorry, that gave me a stroke. I don't know, maybe the plot is about Peter and Strange learning the lesson, the issues with this action causes. Obviously, the entire plotline of this phase is dealing with people fucking with reality, which is... No, don't do that. But also providing us with insight as to how things could have been. You could almost make this movie like It's a Wonderful Life with Strange as the Angel. I mean, I'd love that shit.
I don't care what it's about. It's assassinating his character. Fuck off.
That's the kind of the thing. Even if it's trying to
Wonderful
teach a lesson, they still did it anyway. Like, if just the fact that Peter decides to be like, yo, I'm gonna erase people's memories, and Doctor Strange just goes along with it, that's already destroying their characters. And I don't really care that they may learn a lesson from it, because they should already know it's wrong. So it's just kind of like they're gonna learn the lesson they should already know, which is huge issue, I'd say, for their characters. Also, hello, CV.
Hello there.
How you doing, dude?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. We're talking about the No Way Home trailer, which I assume you loved.
I did. It's my favorite thing in the world, like just all time.
Awesome.
I absolutely adored it. I'm kidding. No, no. I kind of just like kind of like zoned out and I just want to just enjoy that movie, which I probably will. So yeah, I kind of enjoyed the trailer in that sense. So yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff looks kind of fun. Like I like the visual of the train. I thought that was, hey, this is neat.
Yeah.
But it's like
Strange's visuals are always really cool.
Yeah, though I don't think any
I prefer
film has
the
done
version
them as well as his own film in 2016. Like I think everything since then
Yeah,
has
yeah,
done the visuals pretty like nerfed, and like
Oh,
I think
yeah,
it's really
I
cool.
want
I agree.
I want to point out something because it's a really big gripe with me. Alfred Molina in that trailer looks so baby-faced.
Yeah, he looks de-aged,
Yeah.
doesn't he? It
Yeah.
looks like they're trying to make him
He
look
does,
more
he
like his
does.
2004 self, but they fucked up somewhere along the line.
Yeah, he looks really bad. Like, he shows sign of age because in Spider-Man 2, partially because he's an experienced scientist. Here, he's like really smooth, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I thought he looked really weird. Like something was off. I couldn't pinpoint it when I was watching it, and then I was like, "Oh, it's probably de-aging."
Yeah.
It looks really bad.
And it's just really strange because, like, if they're already doing a version, oh yeah, the strange, great pun. Like if they're already doing a version of Doc Ock that first of all isn't dead after Spider-Man 2, and also is still evil despite his arc, it's already like, okay, you can just make him look old. Why does it matter anyway? Like, I think an older Doc Ock would be kind of interesting to see. Like, I think the design itself would be kind of neat, and like, I don't think Alfred Molina looks too old to be an older Doc Ock, you know? So it's just really strange.
No, he looks fine. He looks fine.
Yeah.
They do way too much de-aging. And I don't like it. Looks bad.
So this did I copy it?
Sneaky.
I did. Okay, so this is the next comment that I want to just check out, and it's quite interesting because this person called Shadowbone shows up quite a lot in my comment section, and I think they don't really.
I think you have a
like
secret
that
admirer. I think you have a secret
I think
admirer.
it's the opposite because he really does not agree with my video at all. But every single comment where people agree with me, this guy was like, no, you're wrong. So
Well, opposites attract, so I'm still holding on to this secret admirer thing.
oh no. But yeah, this is a shorter comment. He says Strange has always been known not to respect boundaries and has an ego problem, which is something that I actually addressed in my video. I showed clips from both Doctor Strange and Infinity War that disprove that, and this really annoyed me because it's like Strange's entire thing is protecting reality, right? And then in Infinity War,
Yes.
he tells Tony, if it's between saving you and the kid or the stone, I'm not gonna hesitate to let you both die. I can't because the universe depends on it. And it shows, okay, so he's not just gonna try to save them, which if he was actually that arrogant, he would be like, no, I'm gonna try to save them because I'm that good. No, he doesn't really care about saving them because all that matters is saving the universe. Like, that's one of the best examples I could use. And like, there are also like examples from his own film where he talks to the Ancient One, and it's like the entire thing is about Doctor Strange growing from his growing from like being so attached to material objects and just, you know, money and fame and his arrogance, and trying to become more than that, which is like pretty much there's a dialogue from
That's the point of the movie.
yeah, there's a dialogue from the Ancient One just before she dies where she says pretty much that. And it's I don't get why people think that Doctor Strange is still that arrogant, so arrogant that he will put the entirety of reality in line simply because he wants to prove that he can do this spell to help this kid that he barely knows. It's
the best like way to sum it up is that one meme I saw. I think it was by Daniel. It was like the clip from Avengers where it's like, you and I remember Budapest really differently, but it was it says it's just like Doctor Strange all over again.
Yeah.
You want to remember Doctor Strange very differently. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, because everyone uses the Infinity War thing, and it's a really good comparison because this is bigger than just their universe they're going to affect and potentially destroy. This is the entire multiverse. So these are the legacy goes just for his universe. Imagine every reality. It'd be.
I'm
far
very
more.
curious. I'm very curious as to why erasing people's memories opens the multiverse.
I could
don't understand
probably give a
either.
bullshit explanation here because you have to change reality to get them to forget. So I guess if you fuck it up, you cause an error which causes a break in reality.
Yeah, that's what I assume. It's like you're gonna manipulate reality and change it in a way, but then if you fuck up the spell, that causes like a rift in reality, which fucks up like
Yeah.
space and time, which Yes,
But
but it's
Probably.
really stretching it.
I thought that reality and essentially the mind were two different elements of the universe, which is why they have two different stones.
You know, you should stop talking sometimes and stop criticizing my Spider-Man films. I've
Hey.
had enough.
Okay, so
Okay,
interesting thing.
that's sudden, but alright.
Yeah. Quite interesting that Kronos is in chat, because this next comment is his comment, where good old Shadowbone replies to him.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
This
So
yeah.
who wants to be Kronos and who wants to be Shadow Cunt?
I'll be Kronos.
I'll be Shadowbone,
All right.
I
Good
guess.
luck, guys.
Okay. Did the people who are saying he's arrogant even watch his own movie?
The people who are saying he was out of character did not watch his own movie.
At Shadowbone, you mean the movie where his entire character arc was getting over his arrogance, and that putting the universe at stake because a teenager asked him to is a really retarded idea, about as retarded as the people who defend this character assassination?
At Kronos, he never got over his arrogance. The movie never addressed that. That's
What?
his character. That's how he is. That's because he stopped doing arrogant things for a while, and doesn't mean he changed. He's fresh out of saving the universe and saw PM's request as a challenge and had to prove to himself that he could do it. That's classic Strange. At Kronos, his foundation in the MCU is arrogance, and the desire is to test limits, recklessness in his DNA. He never showed a sign of change in the other movies. This is
My
actually
guy,
hurting my nose.
please watch his movie. The entire lesson the Ancient One teaches him is that it's not about you, and that his arrogance and fear of failure get in the way of true greatness. That's the whole point of the payoff, where Dormammu says, "But you'll always lose," and he agrees, but thinks it's worth it to save the planet.
At King Kronos, he did this because he was told not to do it. Classic Strange. That's literally... What? That literally doesn't make him any less arrogant.
so you're just gonna ignore his own movie? Cool. Also, reckless in his DNA. Now I know you didn't watch the movie. He's a neurosurgeon, and if you're talking about the therapy for his hands, that wasn't reckless. That was desperation.
Now, before we comment anything, that's not the end of this thread. There should still
Oh,
two
boy.
more comments. Let me just
Oh,
get
fuck.
them. There's a big one,
so
Shandy.
So hard to get there.
You're sorry, but you're gonna need to
Okay.
read that.
So you didn't watch his movie? Nice. Perhaps give that a watch first.
At King Kronos, really? You obviously is... What? You...
Shandy's gonna have a stroke.
You obviously is the one who didn't watch the movie. I mean, didn't he use the time stone without permission when Wong and Mordo stopped him? The same guy who drunk crashed the car, the guy who stole books from the library, the guy who used an Infinity Stone because he just saw it sitting there, the guy who gave an Infinity Stone to Thanos in order to set in motion a plan to save the universe. Reckless in his DNA. Okay.
So
No, reckless is his DNA.
okay, so this last part I think is hilarious. This part where he says he gave an Infinity Stone to Thanos in order to set in motion a plan that saved the universe. So he just admitted that would save the universe, and then he says that it's reckless. So recklessness is his DNA.
I'm just like,
I like how Shandy gave up on the voice just halfway through.
No, I just
Like-
started actually like realizing what he was saying, and then my mind started splitting in two.
So
like,
yeah.
I'm trying to.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
I got like a few things to say about this one. Who drunk crashed a car? Yeah, that was before his arc.
He wasn't drunk.
Guy who's yeah, that too. He just wasn't looking. The guy who stole books from the library. He was told he was
he's-
allowed access to the books.
Yeah,
So he-
pretty much they said that he shouldn't teleport inside the library. And I think there was like a restricted section, but the thing is, they knew he was stealing books from the library, but the Ancient One allowed it because Doctor Strange was so because Strange was so invested in learning and to become sorcerer, that she just allowed them, same as Wong, because Wong obviously knew he was doing that. And Jesus, okay. Oh yeah, and then he says, didn't he used the time stone without permission when Wong and Mordo stopped him? So he used the time stone. It was from a forbidden book. And that he wanted to know it because he thought that the Ancient One was hiding things from them, which turned out to actually be true. But the thing is, the film says that Doctor Strange, like, thinking outside the box is actually a good thing, but him being arrogant is not. So just because he, like, defied authority by going like, yo, I'm gonna read this book, I don't care, and then use the time stone, it's like, that's not him being arrogant to the extent of putting the entire universe in line, because he didn't really know the dangers of using the time stone. And you know why? Because I literally have a line of dialogue about that, because the page that mentioned the time stone and the dangers of using it, the Eye of Agamotto, was ripped from the book. Like, Strange says that, or he says like, oh, I should have read it first. Either way, he didn't do it simply because he wanted to prove he could. He wanted to understand what the Eye of Agamotto was, and nobody was telling him, and he didn't like when people
well, here he just wants to see what the multiverse is all about, so it's technically the same thing. He's doing
that's why he messed up the spell. It was all in purpose. Yeah.
That's
he wants to
be
see his favorite Spider-Man back. His
good.
favorite Spider-Man back. That's why he did it.
That's going to be the
Pretty bad.
justification, probably. Oh no, they're going to do that. You know they are.
Take notes, Marvel. Take notes. You know I'm right.
And the only point he gave Thanos the Infinity Stone was because it was literally the only way that they could win. If there was a possibility where they could win without it, he wouldn't have given up that time stone.
No, you see, Jeb, you don't understand. He lied to the Avengers. There were actually several different ways they could win. He just wanted to experience what death felt like.
Fucking hell, he's Stark, isn't he?
Oh yeah, it's what Kronos said, that the warnings were written after the spell itself, and that's the line that after Wong uses Strange uses the Eye of Agamotto. But yeah, if he knew it would cause that many issues, he probably just wouldn't have used it. And even then, that was before his arc. That was like in the beginning of his arc still, where he was still learning not to be arrogant. So even then, that's still in character for him at that point. Later on in the film, if he had done something like that, that would have been really out of character. And then it's like, I've heard people say, oh, he used the Eye of Agamotto on Dormammu, and that shows that he's reckless, like, and because he's been told not to do that. But it's like, either he does that or the entire world ends. So there's like nothing to lose at that point. And the way he does it is that he will either sacrifice himself or Dormammu will cave. Either way, the world will be fine. So it's like, no, that's a pretty selfless thing. That's like not arrogant at all, actually. But people cite that as him being arrogant for some reason.
According to the film's transcript, from what I can remember, I'd need to look it up again, but apparently Strange did that time reversing thing with Dormammu like several thousand times before Dormammu like accepted that he wouldn't go anywhere. Apparently Strange was willing to kill himself several thousand times with memory of each individual death, and he kept on going just to protect the rest of humanity.
Well, he even says, because Dormammu says, "Oh, you'll be here forever, dying over and over," and then Doctor Strange says, "Yeah, but the world will be fine," and it's like, "Then you will suffer," and Doctor Strange is like, "Yeah, pain is an old friend," so it's him letting go of his ego to protect Earth.
The movie doesn't make it seem like he was there for a long time. He only does like a handful of times, but in reality,
well, I'd assume he was there for a long time for Dormammu to actually, like at some point, be fed up and agree to his demands.
If the movie said that he was there for like 100 times or so, that's still quite a lot, but not nearly as much as saying like 72,000, for instance.
Yeah.
A big difference.
Oh no, yeah, obviously, but even so, the point still stands. And good old Shadowbone, he returned because of course he did.
Oh fuck!
Why is he not stopping?
What a mystery.
I guess I'll read G.I. Joe and Shandy if you still want to be Shadowbone.
Oh, G.I. Joe
I will
has
try.
10K subscribers.
Yeah, he
Almost.
actually posted my video
Pretty
on
neat.
his channel, which is pretty neat.
Oh, that's
Thanks,
pretty
G.I.
neat.
Joe. That's pretty cool.
Pretty
Great.
based.
Great video, man. I didn't even notice how much this movie already screws with Doctor Strange's character.
It's literally not out yet. Stop with an illusion.
Hey, I hope I'm wrong, but with Marvel's track record, with what they have been doing to all their characters, Doctor Strange may be the next on the assassination block.
And G.I. Joe. Wanda is supposed to be the villain. They did not assassinate her. Y'all throw the word assassination every time a character doesn't satisfy you.
So,
Well, I mean, he's not a
P.S. as someone who uses y'all, that's not how you spell y'all. You put the apostrophe before the A.
hey,
Y'all's not a real
nitpicking.
word. It doesn't matter how you spell it.
Well, either
sure.
way, it's wrong.
Yeah. Firstly, I think it's funny that he already assumes that G.I. Joe is talking about Wanda, even though he didn't mention Wanda. But yeah, Wanda was assassinated in WandaVision. Like, I'm sorry, but she was.
Well, no, she's hot and stuff.
She
She's
is
not.
hot, yeah.
She's okay. She's
I
good.
gotta give you that.
Good
Yeah.
character. Good character.
Of
Except
course.
not in her Scarlet Witch uniform, like the most recent one. That shit ugly as sin, my dude.
I'm not gonna argue with you on that, even though I disagree. Because okay, well, CV
That-
took
that-
much offense to
You
that.
took that personally.
Yeah.
No. I'm not talking like the classic suit, the one that we see like in her.
No, I mean you probably mean the one in the finale, right?
Yeah, the one in the finale.
I love her in that
that
suit.
suit looks awful.
I love her in that.
No.
That suit is amazing.
Yeah. Either
Suit
way,
looks hideous.
no point in arguing about that. But yeah, Wanda was assassinated in WandaVision. She enslaved an entire town. How many people was it? Like thousands.
A
of
few
people.
thousand, like
I think it was
like
5,000
1,000
or
or
some
2,000.
shit.
Decent amount.
Yeah, it was
I
a lot of
don't know.
people.
I just know they wanted to die.
Yeah, that's the issue, that the enslavement was so fucking terrible that they were like, yo, we want to die, just let us die, it's better than being under your control.
It's like, I feel like they were trying to set up this thing where like they want to make Wanda realize what she's done, but then they like just let everything go. Like, yeah, no, it's fine. I would have done the same thing. No,
They'll
Yeah,
never
it's-
know what you
How it works.
sacrificed for them.
It's yeah. I don't think
What? No.
the writers understood how far someone has to go to basically be like, I want you to kill me instead, to override their survival instinct, or beg for death.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's a important thing.
Oh yeah, and like weren't the children
That's why
like
it's
trapped
used,
in
like,
basements or
sparingly.
some shit as well? Like the children were trapped.
maybe?
They weren't with their parents. I remember something like that. Like at least let us see our
I don't
children. Is
remember.
something one of them says. So it's pretty insane how terrible what Wanda does is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's borderline
She's hot, so
torture.
it's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay. She's hot.
yeah. I'd let her torture me.
all
So
fine.
anyway, so he says, y'all throw the word assassination every time a character doesn't satisfy you. I think that's pretty interesting, considering Phase 4 has assassinated tons of characters. And, like...
So in a sense, what he's saying isn't technically wrong, because every time we were dissatisfied with the character, it's because they were getting assassinated. So
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah,
wrong.
he's getting different.
In a
He's getting
sense.
wrong the order of things. We don't say it's assassination because they didn't satisfy us. Like, they're assassinated and that doesn't satisfy us. So it's like the opposite, but pretty much, yeah.
He's got the cause and effect reversed. He's got
Yeah.
the cause and effect reversed.
Exactly. But it's like, yeah, I am very not satisfied with how they handled Black Widow in our own film, or even Yelena is fucking assassinated in that film. Loki's
she's hot too,
assassinated
so shut up.
in his show. It's fucking Wanda, of course. Doctor Strange.
Why is it all the hot
assassinated
ones?
after.
Why is it all the hot ones?
You
They-
know,
they-
you know, that's a good question. I think maybe because all actors in this universe are supposed to be attractive, but you know, who knows?
Maybe it's just
this is
all
this
the
is in
actors are really
correlation with the Barry hotness scale. have any of you guys seen How I Met Your Mother?
I have, yeah.
Okay,
Marcus
so
Smart.
I remember that there was one specific episode where
The
I
hot
think his
crazy
name is
scale?
Barry. Yeah, the hot crazy
Barney.
scale. In order for you to be X level of hot, you have to be X level of crazy, and
Yeah.
they correlate with each other. So the hotter you get, the crazier you become. It's the
Yeah.
same premise. Yeah.
Yo, it's not exactly like that, but yeah, there's like a line of like which makes it like if you cross the line, you're too much in the crazy scale, then you shouldn't be with that woman. But if you're too much, if you're like more in the hot scale, then it's fine. So it's like if a woman gets crazy, she should get equal levels of hotter. Otherwise, it's not worth being with her. It's kind of that the idea. That Barney
Yeah,
proposes.
which is why Wanda's getting away with this shit.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I mean,
just
I
say-
don't. I mean, I was just kidding, but like people unironically make the defenses I just made. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd just like to imagine Marvel Studios in their head offices right now. Yeah, they have that spinny thing with all the MCU character names. They're like, which one should we character assassinate today? And they just spin it. I mean, that would
Wheel of
explain.
character assassination.
Yeah, that would explain a lot. I mean, T'Challa just became a Gary Stew.
Oh,
long
we'll
ago.
get to
Oh
that.
yeah,
We'll
my
get to
favorite
that.
episode.
Yeah.
If cancer didn't kill him, that would.
Oof.
Oh,
Oh my
Wow,
god.
you guys are so racist. You guys are racist.
I don't know about if that would kill him or not. I saw what he got hit by in that episode. The fact that he gets up with like no trouble at all is just
Yeah, it's outstanding.
pain.
No, I think you're just racist.
So,
I
might
am,
as well
but that
be.
doesn't change
I
what I
might as well
said.
be.
now that we got into the topic of talking about Wanda and whatnot, let's see what the next comment from Shadowbone
Oh,
is.
will you fuck off, man?
Come
Okay.
on, Shandy.
Good one, man.
Wanda has done worse things in the comics. It's not like they portrayed it in the show as the good thing to do. Y'all want to take her accountability, but it's a fucking fictional world. Oh wait, no, I need to say it with a bit more oomph. But it's a fucking fictional world. It's not real. It's not that deep. Tony Stark has done worse things, and he never took accountability.
So let's take this. Let's take this
I'm gonna start
point by
holding my
point.
nose.
Lots to unpack here.
Yeah,
Lots to
let's
unpack
take
here.
it point by point. First, Wanda has done worse thing in the comics. So does anyone
I
here
don't
care
care.
at all about the comics?
Yes, but no, not in this context.
I don't
I
know.
like it. I like the comics as references for my Rule 34, but that's about it.
If you use comics as a serious argument, I don't want you anywhere near me. I'm just going to call you a paedophile at this point.
Okay.
The correlation. You like comics, you're a pedophile. But
Damn, you like comics. You must rape children.
yes, obvious.
Soapy moment.
I'm sure he loves comics.
I don't know if I would go that far, but alright.
So if this is the case, Shandy, then there's no way that Attack on Titan is gonna be bad because the last part is already in the manga. So if it's in the anime, it's already happened in the anime, so it can't be bad.
No.
You said a lot of words I did not understand.
Basically the last arc of Attack on Titan was ruined in the manga, and the last part of the anime hasn't come out yet, and it's gonna be adapting that story. So basically, they're either gonna adapt the story
Oh.
and it's gonna be shit, or they're gonna change the story for the anime, and it's gonna be
So,
potentially less shit. And that's the point.
so let's take this argument to the extreme. Let's say a character is a necrophiliac, a paedophile, a rapist. The list goes on, and then
Oh my god.
and then their adaptation is just not one of them, but the rest. Are they just? It's fine now. It's okay.
What?
Yeah,
So
it happened in the comics, so it's
yeah,
fine.
yeah, it's worse than the comics. So here it's fine. But
Yeah.
they didn't fuck a dead body. Well, that's fine now.
Yeah. She's done worse thing in the comics. It's fine. And then
Yeah.
the next point
Well-
here, it says it's not like they portrayed it in the show as a good thing to do, which is true. They did not portray it as a good thing in the show of what she did, but she doesn't take accountability for what she did either way. And they still think that just releasing them from their torture is a good thing. Like she's sacrificing something for them when she's not.
Whoa, she gave up her family, dude. She gave up her
her family,
fictional family that she can make at any fucking
her fantasies. She gave up her
their family that only exists when she's enslaving these people. It's like, oh, you did the bare minimum.
Her sexual fantasies.
I just realised something hilarious.
What?
So, it's late criticism is going a fucking fictional world to defend Wanda, yet Wanda's entire thing is a fictional world to do her shit.
I mean, yeah, this is a fictional world where she turns her queef clouds into sentient beings. It doesn't mean that what she did is still not just fucking stupid.
Yeah, like, and it's interesting because it says, like, y'all want her to take accountability, but it's a fictional world, and then says that Tony has done worse things. But
And Tony has.
Yeah, but the comic books are a fictional world too, so why are you mad?
I want to categorically say Tony hasn't.
Yeah, and like we want them to take accountability. Yeah, we'll get to that as well. But we want them her to take accountability because the writing is not gonna be as strong if she doesn't take accountability. Because pretty much they're saying like, oh no, Wanda's still a good person even though what she did is monstrous. That's the issue.
I want to know what Shadowbone thinks about Wonder Woman 84, because if you're mad at her, at Wonder Woman for raping a guy, well, it's a fictional world, bro. I mean, I don't know why you're getting upset at that.
Yeah, because women don't rape people in the real world. It's nothing we can get upset by.
Yeah, women can't rape men.
Oh no, what I've said isn't even a joke, because there's a lot of cases and a lot of instances
in the UK, the law says that women can't rape men, so it's pretty...
Yes.
Yeah, which is really based, I guess, because women are never wrong.
Yes. And then after he says that, he says that Tony Stark has done worse things and never took accountability. So first off, he has not done worse things. She enslaved 3,000 people to the point where they would rather die than keep living in her enslavement. And Tony has never done that. At most, he sold weapons that were used in ways that he didn't, that weren't moral, but he also didn't approve of those ways those weapons were being used, and he did take accountability. That's the entire point of Iron Man 1, and even Iron Man 2 when he fights Whiplash is kind of like consequences for his and his father's actions, so he did take accountability.
I remember a film. It's not very good, but I remember it. It's called Civil War, where he takes accountability for Ultron.
What's this movie? I've never heard of this movie. I've never seen this movie. I only watch Disney Plus shows.
Basically, he goes, Ultron was his fault. Granted, he kind of doesn't take accountability for other stuff that was his fault, but you know.
Yeah.
He took accountability for his worst mistake probably in the MCU. He takes...
Bullshit! No way.
Impossible.
He blames himself for what happened in Infinity War, which is part of why he gets involved in Endgame. He kills himself to save everyone in Endgame because it's the right thing to do to undo his mistake.
Yeah, you'd think this
not canon.
Yeah, so this character does take accountability,
and I think
not canon, not part of the MCU. Sorry.
And technically, he takes accountability in the Avengers because it's kind of like finalizing his arc of undoing his mistakes. So. Tony's all about it.
Yeah, actually, even in Avengers, he chooses to sacrifice himself to save the New York, so that.
I really think that's him taking accountability. I think that's just him making the sacrifice play.
That's kind of the point that Cap says that he would never take the sacrifice play. Like he wouldn't just because like that's his personality. But then he's like, no, I will like take accountability for the person that I was before and actually try to make up for it by sacrificing myself. I think you could view it as accountability in a way to do that. Not in like the same way where he does in his first film, where he takes accountability for selling weapons and everything, where he actively tries to stop it, and the consequences of his actions with him fighting Obadiah and whatnot. So I think his first film is like just the perfect example to use for accountability, and I guess a bit of Civil War, though. Civil War we know it's not the best of that.
How can you be a literal fan? Well, claim to be a fan of the MCU, and then just forget Iron Man 1 exists.
Yeah, it's just
What?
I don't get it. Shadowbone is
That's Shadowbone.
yeah,
That's
Shadowbone is quite
Shadowbone.
the human being.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna deviate from Shadowbone. There's someone else here that
Oh, good.
left a pretty interesting
Yes,
comment.
a new person. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got a shit name. No.
Zod, why don't you read
Oh.
it? Because you've barely talked today. I want to hear
Oh,
your
me?
voice.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Oh, great. Peace and love.
Shut
the
up.
movie is. The movie
Ned was
is moving
fucking
out.
waiting on that one. He was sitting there with a fucking like itchy finger, ready to press that shut up button.
The movie isn't even out yet. We know these trailers are unreliable. They use different takes, include scenes that don't even make it to the final cut. Slow down. Invalid take.
This isn't
Don't
like the
Drastic
worst.
change.
Yeah, this isn't like the worst argument I've had because what he's saying is true, but the
To some
issue
extent.
is
This is an invalid take. I agree.
in this context, that means they'd be lying about the entire premise of the film.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is the entire premise of what the film is trying to do with these characters and the plot. So if they're lying about that, then the trailer's just 100% false advertising. So if that's the thing that's gonna happen, then and either way, my video is about what the trailer shows. It's not about the film. So the trailer assassinates them. If the film does it differently, then good. I hope it does. It's like, yeah, and it's like he's saying they use different takes, include scenes that don't make it to the final cut. They showed like 3 different scenes with Doctor Strange and Peter talking about the spell and how it affects space time. And if they want to use different takes, why would they use the takes that assassinate their characters instead of using takes that don't assassinate their characters?
Like
Like,
they don't know.
Like
their
either
characters
this
are
is just
being assassinated.
a bad trailer for a film that will turn out better than I think it will, or it is just reflective of how the film's going to turn out and it's going to be shit. So either way, my point isn't negated by this.
And to add something, the leaks all seem to be getting verified by this trailer, so they have some weight to it to believe in this.
Yeah.
Also,
I
why would you
have
lie about the premise
5
of your
more
film?
screenshots, but consider we've been going about this for like an hour. I think that's enough, right? I think we've debunked pretty much
Yeah,
most of the.
I don't care
Yeah.
anymore about these retards. I'm not going to lie.
Good. Well, hold on. Let me just see something. Cause yeah, there's one last Shadowbone just to close it out because Shadowbone. Come on,
Oh,
Shandy.
he's just preparing himself.
Yeah.
We're
Can't
killing
wait.
his character arc.
How is making a character do bad things character assassination? Black Widow's heinous actions were foreshadowed at the beginning of Phase 1, and it's not like she was guilty about it. This video's a joke.
So yeah,
Wow.
obviously a character doing a bad thing when it's not a character for him to do, that is a bad thing. Like that is a character assassination. Like for example, Black Widow murdering a child in Black Widow. Like in Avengers, we're like, oh, she killed Dreykov's daughter. We assume by accident. Like that's all Loki says. Like he says Dreykov's daughter, and that's it. And then in Black Widow, we see that she actively killed his daughter because she thought that was the only way she could confirm that Dreykov would be there. Which
Beautiful
is,
character writing. Beautiful
yeah,
character
no, it's
moment. I
you
love
know Natasha Romanoff, the best spy in the world, wouldn't be able to confirm whether or not she's there. So yeah, that is character assassination for Natasha as well in her own film. But yeah, characters can do bad things as long as it's in character. Like if you watch a couple of things called like Legion or Agents of Shield, you could learn what that is.
Also,
the whole thing about Spider-Man is that he lets his uncle's killer get away. That's not character assassination because at that point it would make sense for Peter to be mad and like let the guy get away. That's not so that wouldn't be. It's not bad for characters to do bad things. It's bad for them to do things that are out of character.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, even using MCU films, I've got 2 examples. In Guardians 1, Drax summoning Ronan is out of vengeance for his family. It's his key motivation to do everything.
Yep.
in Infinity War when Peter attacks Thanos after
Yeah.
learning about Gamora.
Yeah,
It's
those are
perfect character based on too.
exactly like Peter
Yeah,
attacking.
those are
Like
good
I have issues with Peter attacking Thanos, not on the basis of Peter's character, but everyone else, especially Nebula, not stopping him. But Peter himself attacking Thanos is completely in character for him, considering how much he loves Gamora, and he's having to deal with her having died like instantly, and the person who killed her is right in front of him, and we know he's a person who's
And
prone
couldn't
to
even, like-
emotional outbursts. So it is completely.
Yeah,
And he
I
couldn't
mean-
even like get to say like properly goodbye, and so yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, with his mum, he literally starts shooting down the ego with no second thoughts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guardians
Infinity
shows
War
is
has good characters.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
Guardians 2 is
Guardians
on
2
another level.
shows, yeah. So now we're gonna talk about shit. Fuck. I'm gonna need you.
Well, we are
thought we
actually
just
going to
talked
be
about
talking
shit.
about shit. So.
Well, yes, but not exactly what I wanted to say. So, What If is a TV show made by Marvel that I guess we all
Oh.
love. It's a great show because the premise is
Yeah.
quite interesting.
Oh, yeah, of
It's
course.
like what if
It's Marvel.
Of course, it's like what if we had this universe where a certain event happened differently. And let's see what all the consequences of that event happening differently are. Just pretty simple cause and effect. Let's change one thing.
making me coom.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool concept. Like you could do quite a lot with
Yeah.
it. Like what if one example could be like, oh, what if the other half of
Ooh.
everyone was snapped in Infinity War? Imagine how they would deal with that.
Oh boy,
Doesn't that sound interesting? I think
What
that
if-
sounds really interesting.
that's pretty awesome.
What if
I like
Thanos
that.
succeeded in Endgame? What would his universe be like?
Oh, I like this. I'm getting excited.
Yeah. So we kind of watched. Shandy, did you end up watching episode 3?
I did, end up watching episode 3. It took me a really long time to get through episodes 1 and 2 because they're awful. I mean, episode 1 took me like 3 hours to get through a 30-minute episode, and then episode
It
2
felt
took
like
me
3
like
hours
three
to
and
me.
a half. No. I was like
It-
pausing and taking down notes
I know.
and going back and finding references and stuff. It's like,
I just
there's
watched
so
it
much
straight
you get
through.
wrong.
I just watched it straight through. I felt like throwing up. It was so hard to get through. It
Yeah,
actually
I
was vomit inducing.
Yeah, I wanted to actually, talk about a bit. I guess we'll talk about episode 1 first, considering the first video we're gonna cover is about episode 1. So, episode 1, Jeb, what do you think of episode 1? I know you have strong feelings about it.
Yes, I do. To be honest, episode 1 is subjectively my least favorite thing in the entire MCU. Like easily.
I agree.
Yeah.
Black
Yeah.
Widow.
I can
I-
understand Black Widow.
Yeah.
I really can. But this,
This was-
I didn't want to sit through it. Like Black Widow, I wanted to see how much worse it can get. The pace, it's trying to do like a 2-hour film into half hour, and you're there
Yeah.
confused for most of it as to what's happening. The inciting incident for What If makes no sense, which is basically Carter's in the bunker. This time the bomb goes off early, but they have no relation. You get Ironmonger for some reason. Howard knows how to harness it.
Oh yeah, remember how he
Tesseracts
worked
this
on the Tesseract for decades and he couldn't really get it to work properly? And even
Yeah,
Shield
no.
in
No, I
2012
don't.
with
I
the
don't.
Avengers
It
didn't know
makes
how
sense.
to work
It makes
properly.
sense.
Of course, yeah, he
Okay,
just
it's
he
fucking
just knows how
fiction.
to create the Ironmonger. Not only that, but he uses the entire Tesseract instead of harnessing energy from it like Hydra was doing. So he just puts the Tesseract inside the Ironmonger, and that somehow doesn't kill Steve for some reason.
Y'all want it to make sense, but it's a fucking fictional world. It's not real. It's not that deep.
Yeah, it's not
My-
even
my-
canon.
But my
Yeah, it's
favorite,
not that real and it's not that deep, so why are you getting mad at us for pointing stuff out?
my
No, I was
my
just
fa-
quoting Shadowbone.
Oh yeah, good old Shadowbone.
my favorite thing about this episode, and Kara, if you're listening, mute now. or take a minute away. They decided to go, we're going to copy Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 3 with
Yeah.
Hydra, and the
Hive.
tentacle
Yeah.
monster isn't Hive in this case, but it's something else. But it's exactly working like Hive, and a character either gets stuck on the planet, and I'm like, you did this a million times worse. Why
Yeah,
do you keep doing Agents of
Agents of
S.H.I.E.L.D.
Shield
but
season
worse?
3, the Hive arc. It has one of the best episodes in the entire show, like top 3 episodes, which is a 4,722 hours, and that episode is like phenomenal. And
And they ruined it.
yeah, they ruined the like basically Agents of Shield did an entire season long arc about this character Hive, this tentacle monster, and they did it in an episode, 20-minute long episode in What If, and they made it obviously way worse, way worse. So yeah, as fans of Agents of Shield, you may understand how we hate that fucking episode a lot. But it doesn't stop there with them, with that first episode being really garbage. Because it also like this, just basically like because the Tesseract is supposed to like teleport you in space, but for some reason at the end of the episode, Agent Carter is teleported to Avengers 2012. So it's like, oh, I guess she was teleported in time as well, but she was also stuck on the planet for however long.
The Tesseract contains all the stones, so
Oh,
it works in conjunction. So yeah.
And if she stayed for 70 years, she would have aged or died. So, you take your pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Don't worry. It makes sense in my
Yeah.
head.
It
So
just does.
to justify why it's my least favorite thing in the MCU, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. butchering. As soon as you do that, you die in my books. It's a nonsensical story that ignores like the foundations of the MCU, because Tesseract is pivotal, still is to this day for the MCU, and I just couldn't understand what was going on at all.
They also misunderstand. They also misunderstand the serum, because it's like it gives her like Hulk powers.
Oh yeah,
like
she's
jumping
much stronger
on
than
buildings and
Steve
stuff.
ever
She's
was.
fucking ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
it's
way
weird.
You
stronger.
said
I
the
mean, I'm
metaphor.
willing to accept a mild increase in strength just because what the serum does is it basically amplifies the abilities of the person that they already had. So obviously Peggy would be stronger than Steve because
Obviously,
Steve
yeah.
was literally made of sticks and twigs. But
Yeah, I can understand her being
Dude,
stronger than Steve, but
if-
to the extent she is pretty insane.
yeah, no,
She's
she should not be able to
very-
jump as high as she
yeah.
does. She should not be able to literally pick up trucks with no difficulty.
Oh yeah, and how
It's like-
how about her just headbutting that truck and be like, "Yo, I didn't know I could do that. That's neat." She didn't know how
when
strong
she
she was, and she
fucking-
just flies in front of a truck.
Head first
I also
into that truck and lifted it without even realizing how strong she was. I literally fucking farted out a pixie. I was that angry.
Captain America is
She
supposed to be
flew
like
around my room and cast spells and shit, and I'm like, there's holes in the walls. And that's how fucking upsetting that scene was.
Captain America is essentially like the most strong and fast you can be as a human without becoming superhuman. So it's like, and she's doing superhuman stuff, so it's way too much.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah. So episode 1, not great.
I also just don't like Peggy in that episode. She just does not feel like Peggy at all.
No,
She's not really a
she
character,
doesn't,
to be
and
honest.
There's
She
so
just-
much that they do that is against her established character in the Captain America movie, and this is an issue
And
that I have
I
with
imagine
people that make the what if argument, because they're going to be like, oh, why are you trying to compare this to main continuity? This is a alternative reality. The thing you have to understand about these characters is that they are so according to the Watcher, all of the events that happen in What If are canonical to main timeline until a very specific point in time that then allows it to become a different timeline.
Yeah,
and according to this,
I rewatched
specific
episode
moment-
one.
Like Loki.
I rewatched episode
Yeah.
1 today, and like when like the new timeline is born, he's like, oh, so this is the choice that made the new timeline be created, which was just Peggy choosing to stay there instead of going to the staying where she
Meaning-
would have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
she
meaning
was
everything before then was exactly the same.
exactly, which is
Which
like
means that she should still have the exact same character traits as main continuity Peggy. It's just that she made one different choice.
yeah,
Which means that the character that we got here is not Peggy, because Peggy from main continuity would not be doing this shit, would not be saying this shit. She is not this outwardly emotional, and she doesn't show her affection that easily. You gotta fucking work for that bitch, my dude. You gotta put in the effort in order to make her care for you. It's no, fuck off.
yeah, and
I
Fuck
wonder
off.
If you're arguing alternate reality, since this is basically like what Loki proposed, which is you have a main timeline and then one choice, which in Loki it was like, we would reset
The
that timeline
Nexus
or whatever,
and-
but here it's like the timelines keep branching out because of what happened in Loki. So it's like if you're arguing it's an alternate reality, you're basically saying multiple people could be like two different versions of themselves at the exact same time, which is not how it works. You would not be like that. You would have to be different because of a certain choice you made. Because the way alternate realities work is that any choice you make could, like, this is like actually what alternate reality theories in real life are. It's like if you make a different choice, then there's like a different reality where you made a different choice than what you made in the past. So you can't argue it's alternate realities.
Legion explains
because
that
of that.
concept, and there's a scene in season 2 where Legion explains that concept, which pretty much every choice you make creates a branch, because like there's another version of you that didn't make that choice, so each choice makes branches, and that branch makes branches, and that branch makes branches, and like you basically form this tree of different timelines, and each branch is a different timeline with different choices. So
You said they explained it with French fries, right?
yes, they do. It's a great
Yes.
scene.
Yeah.
I also
We'll get you that scene
wanna
when
add
you watch
this-
Legion.
I want to
Yeah.
add as well, because it could become a misconception. That doesn't mean like in every single situation there's a alternate choice. It has to be within what you would do. So it has to be at least improbable, not impossible.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you wouldn't suddenly walk down the street and kill someone if you
Yeah, it's part of the thing that I
never
mentioned in
done that.
when people are saying that because there was no free will from Loki episode 1, that means that all plot holes and contrivances were just like disappeared, or like any character assassinations disappeared. And it's like, no, not really. Like for someone doing
That's
something
not how
that's
that
out of
works.
character, they wouldn't do that. That's, impossible. Instead of like doing something that they could have done that's implausible, like it's not what they actually did in the main timeline, but it's not impossible. So something being impossible just creates a new plot hole, because it's impossible that this thing would happen. So it's pretty
People
much
in real life do things unexpectedly, but it's always something that could be like within their range of possibilities. Like
Yeah, there's always a reason.
Your best friend is not gonna your best friend is not gonna suddenly murder somebody. Like that's not gonna happen.
well, unless you're
Well, see,
friends with a
you
murderer.
don't understand. If they
Basically.
didn't do those specific actions, they would have been melted.
Yeah. See,
Oh right, yeah.
fixes
I forgot.
everything.
I don't
doesn't it?
watch
Yeah, there you go.
cartoons. I guess I don't know.
And
But
more
I
you-
just wanted to ask you, Jeb, because you watched Agent Carter. Is Peggy
Yes.
out of character compared to Agent Carter?
she's a better character in Agent Carter than she is in this easily. She keeps some, I would say most of her traits. At times she's a very sneaky.
Mhm.
She's all for that,
Right.
but she's very to herself. She's quite confident as well, when to put people in their place if need be. But she isn't like
Oh yeah.
outgoing.
That one line of Peggy in the show where she says after she took the serum, she no longer needs to hide and people treat her with respect. It's like, ooh, no, shut the fuck up. People treated
Yeah.
Peggy with tons of respect in the movie.
Yeah,
She
there's
was
just
a
that sexist guy
immensely
in this
influential
episode.
character. Oh no, fuck off. There's no ways Peggy. Well, Peggy would be treated with some level of sexism because, I mean, 1940s America, World War II, fucking women don't belong in the army type shit. It happens, but Peggy was already at such a point in her career where people were treating her with respect. She was allowed to command troops and train them, and it's like you don't simultaneously manage to do this and also get treated like absolute dirt by your higher officers. That's not gonna happen. No, I'm sorry. I don't believe you.
They really fucked the armies for as compared to the first Avenger. I just want to say because Thanes in chat said he hasn't watched episode 3 yet because he wants to watch Fury's Big Week movies beforehand. Because he has a system where with every new episode of What If, he watches the movies in accordance with them to spot contradictions. So I'll say, Thane, you should watch Ant-Man before you watch episode 3, for some reason.
Yeah, no reason at all.
Yeah. And if
Yeah,
you don't want to be
that's,
spoiled
uh,
for episode 3, you should leave the stream because we're going to be talking about that after we talk about Chew, which yeah, so episode 1, is that all we have to talk about so far?
I think so.
Pretty
Because
much.
we'll still cover the video, so sure we'll talk about more
Yeah, I'll
issues.
probably be talking a lot because of these fucking notes.
Yeah,
Crikey.
crikey. So episode 2 is what if T'Challa was Star-Lord? And
Fuck this episode.
considering you talked first, Jeb, what do you have to say about this episode?
It's easier to watch than 1 because it has something
Yeah.
called pacing. Not very good, but pacing. It's magic. But what it does do is it turns T'Challa into Gary Stew and breaks his character. Assassinates Yondu. Yondu's an idiot. Thanos is a good guy because he had a good argument. We'll ignore Infinity War.
Yeah.
That's not a film. That didn't happen. Ignore that. Doesn't exist. The Collector has muscles and is inconsistent with muscles. What else is there? Oh, Ego destroys the world in the end. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, Nebula is hot. Nebula is hot.
Nebula turns into a slut, basically.
I
Okay.
don't know if I would go that far.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm being hyperbolic. She's flirtatious.
Yeah.
which isn't necessarily against her character. I mean, we don't know what she was like before Thanos basically took her apart. And as far as I'm aware, the only thing that she's missing in this episode is her eye. So it's like, yeah, she would probably retain some former level of her previous self before being turned into a hideous beast of machinery and flesh.
Was it she taken as a child like Gamora, though?
Yeah, she was, I
was.
believe, but I don't really quite recall how her training was.
Well,
'Cause if
we
I'm
know that
basing it
Thanos
off
put Gamora and Nebula against one another, right? To
Yeah. Yeah.
just see which
Yeah.
one was better, and Gamora always won, which is what they talk about in Guardians 2, that brilliant scene with Gamora and Nebula.
What's Guardians 2? I only watch the Disney Plus shows.
You only watch the good stuff from the MCU. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I watch the top tier stuff.
Yeah.
So only like 3 movies.
No, the Disney Plus shows. The Disney Plus
Yeah,
shows.
they're the good
Oh,
stuff.
right,
and-
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say,
Well-
because I definitely understand. Like, I know episode 2 is better than 1, simply because of pacing. At least, pacing at least is better. Like, nothing makes sense in either, but the pacing in episode 2 is better. But the thing is,
I don't know, I think the pacing in episode 2 is a little fast. I think they needed to slow down it a couple of times.
well, the pacing in episode 1 was just like it was completely like
Pacing
super
in
choppy. It was terrible.
Insane.
It was like 2 movies in one. For
Yeah, it was
episode 1.
really insane. But I
pretty much.
think episode 2 has better pacing. I don't think it has good pacing. I think it has better pacing, I would say. But the thing is, I hate episode 2 so much more than I hate episode 1. And I despise episode 1 as well. But just the way they fucking disregard, like, Peter Quill, Star-Lord as a character, and they just completely shit on him during the entirety of the episode. Especially with the thing with Thanos just changing his mind simply because T'Challa happens to be Star-Lord now. Or how about the fact that T'Challa is called Star-Lord even though that name came from Quill's mother? Like,
He never says it himself, so it's okay.
no, like, it's really
Yeah, I find it really funny how an entire group of people can criticize historical figures and a general ethnicity. I'm not gonna mention names, for stealing shit that they don't rightfully own, and then they're gonna put a character of specific ethnicity from specific country into a premise and then have him steal a name that wasn't his to have for very, very, very specific character reasons. And it's like, blatant contradictions. You are a very welcomed friend.
I wanna
Well,
I
it just
wanna say something.
Oh, well, one sec, Joe, because I think it was in a call with you, Southbound Mauler, right, Shandy? Where I was talking like how I think the name Star Prince would have been perfect for Black Panther. Firstly, because firstly because it's a name that that the officer who arrests Peter Quill in the beginning of Guardians 1 calls Star-Lord. Like, he calls him Star Prince. And so it's like, it's a nod to that film.
It would have been a neat little reference to the Guardians films without blatantly copying what they had, but at the same time, it's also appropriate because guess what? He is a prince traveling through the stars.
Exactly.
that would literally fit.
Yeah, it's just, I hate how, like, they have no creativity. They could have just, used that name, and it's, even if they don't have creativity, they could steal it from Guardians 1, and it actually makes sense, instead of just completely devaluing Peter's mother in terms of her impact on Peter on the MCU, which is like, she has a huge impact on who Peter is, and the entirety of Guardians 2, like, everything that Peter does is informed by him loving his mother, like, with him going to fight, him fighting Ego because Ego killed his mom. So it's just, I really fucking hate what they did with that episode in terms of just destroying Quill and Thanos, just, of course, also being character assassinated. When I think Thanos in Infinity War is a really cool character. So
I like how Ego just finds Peter working at a restaurant.
Oh yeah, he just happens to find him, which is like So the thing is, Guardians 2, how he explains he found it. Well, there's this guy called Star-Lord that's happened to save Xandar. He saved a world, and he also happened to hold a Power Stone, but he comes from Earth. Oh, of course, stories would go around about that guy, and that's how he's gonna find him. Instead of just, I'm gonna go to Earth, let's see what happens. And obviously, the inciting incident of them getting him.
No, I thought the reason he couldn't go back to Earth was because his body would basically destroy itself if it wasn't.
Yeah, he says that if he, I think he says that if he came back to Earth to be with Meredith, then oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, actually, yeah. He says that if he spent any more time on Earth, he would become like human or whatever. He wouldn't be able to. Yeah, you're right, Shandy. I forgot about that. Yeah. But either way, the way he finds Peter Quill in Guardians 2 is like, it's just completely fucked by how they do it. He just happens to find Peter on Earth, like, he just happens to know where he is, even though he grew up. And also the fact that Ego just doesn't, I guess, fucking kill Yondu or something, like go after Yondu, considering he just happened to take this kid with them and they didn't do anything. I know the Guardians films also have that, but they show Yondu trying to hide from Ego because of the shit he's done. In this episode, they just don't do that. But Jeb, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry for interrupting.
I want to make 2 points. I'll do the first one with what you just said, with not finding Yondu. What makes it worse as well is that Star-Lord before Guardians 2 was unknown. T'Challa is well known across.
Not just that, Jeb. This takes place in 2008, not 2014.
Yeah, exactly. Which that makes it worse.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the fact that with it's well known, it goes to Korath, which means Ronan would know him. He stopped Thanos. Everyone knows Thanos.
He didn't just stop Thanos. He fucking changed his entire way of life just through a conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is how big this guy is, and Ego hasn't found him.
Well, also hasn't he hasn't T'Challa like saved like a bunch of planets? Like, isn't that something that
he has?
Yeah, with the Ravagers. And he would know that Yondu is one of the Ravagers.
And what really annoys me about this episode is T'Challa has no Black Panther training. Dominic Donkey pointed it out. That's what I want to say. He has no Black Panther training, yet he's fighting like a panther instead of using Ravager equipment like Star-Lord would. It's like they can't decide whether
reality, dude.
Kill yourself. I don't think they could decide between Black Panther or Star-Lord for this character, so they're like, fuck it, let's do both, but make it perfect.
Panther Lord.
Panther.
Also, don't you guys just love it how the Collector trapped T'Challa in a glass cage, but allowed him to keep a necklace that was clearly made of a metal strong enough to pierce through glass?
Which he would definitely know about because he keeps a fucking Wakandan ship on his like collection.
Not just that, he keeps a vibranium shield. I don't know if anyone noticed that.
He had
so he's already quite familiar with the material.
He had a Captain America
But-
shield there, which is just how in the fuck.
But just wanted to also point out, there's actually an inconsistent animation panel or frame. When Star-Lord first appears in the cage, he actually has both of his elemental pistols on his side, but in the next shot, he doesn't have them anymore. So they kind of forgot to take away his guns in one panel, because when I first saw that, I was like, why the fuck would you lock him up with his guns? He just shoot his way out. And then they fixed it in like the next shot, and I was like, oh, so you guys just fucked up. Awesome.
Brilliant. Yeah, so episode 2, not good either. And then this week they released episode 3, which I think is the one we have the least to talk about, even though it's still fucking garbage.
Yeah.
It's the best one, I'd say.
Before we go, I just wanted to say, Thane, yes, it takes place in 2008. When we find out where T'Challa grew up, it says 1988, and then his like flash forward to the real world is 20 years later. So 1988 plus 20 years, you do the math.
Yeah. Whereas Guardians 1 and 2 take place in 2014. They both do 19. They did like 26 years later or whatever. But yeah, episode 3 is what if the Earth didn't have its mightiest heroes, which is one of the most misleading titles I've ever seen. Like, it's incredible how much of a lie that title is, because the title should be either what if Hope had joined Shield, Hope Van Dyne, or what if someone was killing the Avengers at most, because like the episode doesn't deal with what if the Earth didn't have the Avengers, it deals with them dying. It not having the Avengers is like what, the last minute or so of the episode. So yeah. And it's pretty interesting how the inciting incident for this episode just happens like years before the episode actually happens, but they're trying to make it seem like that's not the case because it's dumb. But yeah, pretty much, Hope Van Dyne, she joined S.H.I.E.L.D., even though she wouldn't have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. considering everything we know about her and her Hank's character in Ant-Man. And so she died in a mission for S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hank Pym is like, yo, I'm mad now. So he's mad at Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. because his daughter died working for S.H.I.E.L.D., which pretty much
so he's going to murder people.
Yeah, so he's going to murder the Avengers, not just people, not just Fury or, you know, the higher ups at S.H.I.E.L.D., the people who would actually have gotten her killed. He's going to murder the Avengers, the people who are supposed to defend Earth, and like Tony, for example, who does not trust S.H.I.E.L.D., nor does he like S.H.I.E.L.D., but, you know, let's just murder him for some reason. And so
Hulk as well.
Yeah, Hulk wasn't he like fighting S.H.I.E.L.D., or at least the army in that scene?
He was being hunted by S.H.I.E.L.D. in the army, but will kill Hulk.
Yeah, it's a very logical conclusion.
I've got this episode annoys me.
Yeah, and so obviously that's character assassination for Hank Pym, which most people say, see, he did it in the comics, so it's fine. But
kill yourself.
Exactly. So yeah, Hank Pym doing this extremely out of character. Hope joining S.H.I.E.L.D. makes no sense. Like, they should have shown why she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. They can just say she did, because it's out of character for her and for Hank to let her join S.H.I.E.L.D. So that already breaks pretty much the entire episode, because that's the premise. Hank is also extremely retarded when he's killing the Avengers. Like, when he kills, for example, he kills Tony. He was in the same room as fucking Fury and Natasha. So all he had to do was kill both of them there. Like, they were in front of him. They wouldn't even have noticed it, because we know that he has the power to punch like a bullet, because as established in Ant-Man, that's how strong he can be, considering how dense he is. Even though that doesn't make sense how the density works in Ant-Man, but, you know, it's a topic we've talked about.
Why
I
isn't the
thought the
yellow
reason why
jacket?
I thought the reason why he didn't kill Nick Fury and Natasha at the least was because he needed them to take him to where the other Avengers were
Why?
Why? Yeah.
to kill them because that's his entire thing. He wants to kill the Avengers because
No, yeah, but you don't.
reasons.
He could still kill them and find the other Avengers. Like Hulk is a fucking green monster being hunted by the government. You'd think you'd be able to find him quite easily,
And-
considering he.
Well, at that point,
There's something else.
Mm.
He accesses shield.
Oh yeah,
stuff
yeah. He
as
he
Hope.
accesses through Hope's
oh yeah,
Hope's
true.
files. Yeah, that's true. He uses
Also, why
Hope.
would Hope have access to those files? I thought she was like a
She
new
would.
agent. Why would they immediately give her access to like top tier shield files?
Because it's an alternate reality.
she just shouldn't.
wanna-
It's really strange. I don't get it.
I want to deal with a big fucking sticking point I've been dealing with cunts on Twitter.
I'm telling you, man, it's been a fucking blessing from the heavens to have my account on Twitter nuked because I don't have to deal with this shit anymore. It is actually so much more peaceful now.
Hey, did you see a
Well,
couple of the tweets I shared about people like quote retweeting me or whatever about my No Way Home trailer video? Like, it's pretty insane how
yes.
like the knee-jerk reaction from that video. Like, I got so many people replying and quote tweeting me, and everyone just really upset.
I had loads of quote tweets because I said that Hank wouldn't kill innocents, and I'm going to explain why. In Ant-Man, Hank is temperamental, yes, and he can be impulsive, I guess, but
Yeah,
on the level of Tony Stark, it's not.
I'd
Any
say
further?
less than Tony, to be honest.
Yeah,
Considering what we see.
You know what? I'll say less than Tony, far less. The only point of physical aggression this guy does is against, what's his name, Carson or something. He's a head of Shield. He gets lied to by Shield to do something.
Oh yeah, they were
He
stealing
finds out that
they
he's-
were stealing the pin particles from him, or they were at least
Yes.
trying to steal. And Hank realized that, and they were lying to him about it. And then that guy makes a jab about Hank's wife dying.
She just died. So he slams his head on the table, and I think, to be honest, I understand that.
Yeah,
I don't think that's unreasonable. And then after that incident, he leaves himself to process, and he keeps Hope away to protect her. It's not even out of malice. It's to make sure she's safe and she doesn't suffer the same fate. Save for why he locks away the pin particles that are too dangerous in his eyes. And in the film, when that gets compromised by Cross, he jumps in to help, and he makes sure to blow up his building when no one can get hurt. So, yeah, this guy shows no signs of being a killer who would murder multiple innocents in the same way his daughter died. And doing
Why
well.
is he even wearing the yellow jacket?
because it
I don't-
looks cool.
Because it's a reference to the comics.
Yeah,
That's the only reason.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
Because in the
basically
comics-
because
Oh,
it's a reference to the comics, and because yellow is more evil. It's the same reason why his design is super pointy, because that's how you show evil
So-
characters, have them more pointy design.
No.
Can I just say his design is really bad? Like, I just kept on thinking of how it should have ended. Like, I felt like I was
Well,
watching
I'm
an
pretty
episode of that.
certain it's the yellow jacket outfit from the Ant-Man movie. I'm pretty certain
No,
it's
it's
the same
different.
thing.
It's pretty different,
It's-
especially the helmet.
it's not
It's
same.
different. Yeah, I had a
Oh,
discussion
I
about
just-
that in the ECUM server. It's different.
okay, right.
I just meant like his face. Like, it just felt like I was watching how it should have ended.
Oh yeah, no, his eyebrows are look. I think Tin said that it looked like they just dropped some paint on his face.
But yeah, to finish off, he also dooms the world doing this. And whilst he didn't know about Loki, what he did know was the Avengers Initiative. And the fucking point of
Well,
that
either way, he
was
should
to
have
protect
known
the
that
world.
Loki was on Earth when Loki arrives on Earth. And if he actually doesn't want
Yeah.
the world to end, as he wouldn't want the world to end, he would have attacked Loki, and we know he would have been able to kill him because all he needs to do is get inside Loki and use one of the growing things and make his heart grow, or just puncture his heart or some shit. So it's
I
like,
wanna compare Hank to two characters, and we see how much better it is done, because Hank shows no remorse for this either. He thinks he's doing right. Zemo, who shows remorse for the actions he's got to take down the Avengers, to the point he would kill himself at the end. And the Punisher, who watches his entire family die in front of him, and he already has mental problems from war. And he believes what he's doing is right because it stops everyone else getting hurt. These two characters are 10 times better compared to this. I mean, infinite times better.
yes.
Well, I mean, those characters had more development. I'm pretty certain if this episode wasn't what would happen if the Avengers all died suddenly and was more focused on what would happen if Hank Pym's daughter died in front of him or something like that, and they actually like explored Hank Pym's character and his actual like descent into madness and the fact that his character goes down a darker path. If they actually like focused on explaining why he turned out the way he did instead of just showing how he turned out, I think people would be a lot happier about it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, it's just
Yeah.
that's the thing, because this episode is pretty much about nothing. Like, it's not really telling a story in any way. Just like, oh, these characters are dying, and we have to solve this mystery. But it doesn't develop any characters, nor do we get a good reason why this person is killing them. It's just
Because here's the thing,
bullshit.
I can buy the premise on its own. Like, when I saw that it was Hank Pym and that he explained he went insane and started killing off the Avengers after his daughter died, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I can see that, but I would need to get more like clarification on how he came to this point.
Yeah, you need to
How long
understand
did
why
it
he wants to
take
kill the
him?
Avengers specifically, and not just Fury or
Yeah.
Shield. There's
And again,
Yeah.
you can't accomplish that in like what 5 minutes, because that's not near enough. It's not even 5 minutes. It's like 2.
yeah.
Because
What
the moment
I
we
would
find
have
out it's
done
Hank
is
Pym,
have
he
it
talks to
is
Fury, fights him, and then loses.
what I'd have done is just set the film after Avengers 2012 and have Wasp being part of the Avengers in 2012, and then she dies during the New York battle, and then Hank gets upset because basically the Avengers Initiative was something that the World Security Council or whatever was against, and but Fury decided to go with it anyway, and she happens to die because of it, and it's like, okay, that already explains why he'd be against the Avengers themselves, instead of just Shield as a whole. So yeah, and I also hated how
Yeah, but they had to turn this episode into a murder mystery, and it just
Yeah.
ended up making less sense by the end. It's like, why? Just explain the shit. Come on, you don't have enough time to be a murder mystery.
And the thing is,
go on.
I was gonna say, when I was watching the episode, because I watched it after Marcus, unlike Blind Manor, where I'm getting it right because it makes sense, I basically said it is Hank because this doesn't make sense. The only clue we had was how Tony died, and I'm like, well, it's not nanotech. The only other thing that I know that is tiny is Ant-Man related, which leaves probably Hank by this point in time. But Hank Kingdom doesn't make sense. But they'll do that.
Yeah, I was actually asking you, like, why do you
Yeah.
think that? It doesn't make any sense. You're like, yeah, but that's why I think it is. It's gonna be that. So that's just the state we are at with the MCU, where we just expect things not to make sense. But
I
one
just
thing,
like how we have the superior version of Hank Pym in Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes.
yes,
Mwah.
I really enjoyed that show.
Yeah.
Probably not the best, but I enjoy it.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah. But one thing that I think is pretty interesting, the way that Hank kills Hulk makes no sense. I mean, for multitude of reasons. Firstly, because those things that make them grow would make Hulk's entire body grow instead of just making his heart grow. Like, that makes no sense. The way they just make his heart grow and that he just fucking explodes like a balloon. And this thing pops. Yeah. But anyway, those discs that he used to kill Hulk, they didn't exist back when the episode is set in. Those discs were created by Hope in 2015 for Scott. She says in the dialogue, because you don't have any weapons, I created these discs for you. She literally says for you, for Scott.
I mean, that's not necessarily out of the realm of
For you.
What'd you say, Shandy?
That's not really out of the realm of possibility because again, we don't know how long Hank has been planning this for. And I mean,
Well,
he's
but
a
the thing
super
I'm
genius in
thinking
his
of
own
is he
right.
just happened to create the same discs that Hope created years later, and he created years before somehow. Without
Yeah, there would be an element of like personal design going into those discs. So
yeah, and
most
my
likely
issue is
his
that
disc
it
would look
not
different.
only is that the discs themselves, but they look the exact same way, like they're exactly
Yeah,
the
that's,
same.
that's what I just said.
Yeah, so
Isn't the Hulk's skin impenetrable?
it should be in theory, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing, because the thing is, they say that well, we know the bullets can penetrate Hulk skin, and we also know that Hank could go in theory, could be in theory as strong as a bullet. Though if you actually do calculations in terms of how dense he would be, considering how they explain the Ant-Man, how the pin particles work, he could actually be stronger than a bullet. So in theory, maybe he could go inside Hulk. But like I said, the way the
But if
discs
he
just
shot
make him explode
himself
makes no
at the
sense.
Hulk at the same speed as a bullet, which would be the speed of sound, wouldn't he go splat?
He
Wouldn't he literally
should,
kill
yes.
himself?
Well, he should, yes, but it's the same thing when he's fighting Loki disguised as Nick Fury. It makes absolutely no sense. Firstly, that Loki's able to just see where he is because he should be way too small for him to realize, and the reflexes are like insane from Loki. But also the fact that he just gets like thrown to the ground a bunch of times, and he should just die from that, even though he doesn't.
That, and he just like stops like trying to fight. Like I don't know why he just changed his strategy. Like he was fighting really poorly. Like,
Well, yeah,
threw, like,
he does
one
the same
punch,
thing that
and then he just
Civil
fell.
War annoys me a lot with Ant-Man doing, where he grows to fight. Where it's like, no, your entire thing is that if you go small, you're more agile, you're harder to spot, and you're stronger. So why are you becoming bigger? Like, it's absurd. But
Yeah.
it's really dumb. And so,
Like the theory in Ant-Man is that you you shrink so that you pack more of a punch, and then you grow, and so the person's gonna be like caught off guard. So you punch him normally, and then you shrink again when they try to rebound, and that's how you fight. Here it's just like, no, I'm just gonna do like one time, and then I'm just gonna lay on the ground.
yeah, so not great either, but I'd say the episode 3 is probably the best.
It was probably my favorite.
I don't know
Easily,
if it's
like,
my favorite. I
the
hated
most
it a
tolerable.
lot. I hate all of them. It's hard to pick a favorite. I just know
I
Chew
didn't
is the one
mind
I
this
hate the
one,
most.
to be honest. I didn't mind this as much as the others, if I'm
Right.
being honest. But yeah,
And then
Also,
more sense
if Hank wanted to kill all the members of the Avengers Initiative, then why didn't he go to kill Black Panther and Wakanda? Because according to Iron Man 2, they were scoping him out,
yeah,
along with Namor and the Atlantic Ocean.
yeah,
Oh yeah, that's true. I don't know.
Oh, true.
Who knows? Maybe we'll never know. Anyways,
maybe
Wait,
Hank
wait.
is just a moron, because it's in character for Hank
That
to be a
too.
moron.
Yeah.
Also, I do
impossible,
not believe
impossible.
that all of these events are happening at the exact same time within a week. That's just pure bullshit.
Oh yeah, but that's an issue we've had for a while since they confirmed it. Though this is like the first like in-universe mention of it, right? Of Fury's week.
Wait, this was mentioned before?
Well, I don't think it was mentioned in any film, but it was confirmed that it was all the same week, like years ago.
It was like, it was implied because like the moment they discovered Thor's hammer in Iron Man 2 is like technically in line timeline wise with the Thor movie. So it was like a theory people had that those are happening
Well,
around
yeah,
the
it was
same time.
that was when they came out, but they definitely confirmed about Fury's big week.
Yeah,
I don't
then
think
they
they
confirmed it.
ever mentioned it in like in universe. Now they have with What If. So yeah, yeah, they all happen the same week.
Rubbish.
Dominic.
Rubbish.
Yeah, I don't buy it either.
Pure bloody rubbish.
But so we come to the video finally. To like an hour and 40 minutes into the stream, we're gonna cover this video. This video,
Nice.
talking about What If episode 1, about good old from good old Foot Fab videos. Great YouTuber.
Ah.
So let's check out what he has to say about this masterpiece of a show. Yeah, everyone's in. So let's Get
Wow,
started.
the weather was really bright a second ago. British weather for you. It's just fantastic when you want to film something. The MCU has finally crossed into animation in a big way with Marvel's What If, a collection of stories asking the question, what if? The first episode poses the question, what if Peggy Carter and not Steve Rogers became Captain Carter. We'll get to that. It follows the beats of the first Avenger, but from Peggy's perspective as she takes on Hydra. So you pretty much get Captain America the First Avenger, but with Peggy Carter in the lead and Steve Rogers in a side role, with some added Tesseract-powered Ironmonger-esque weaponry.
I really worry, because the video is called What If Captain Carter, Everything I Loved and Everything I Didn't. I'm worried that he's gonna praise the Ironmonger stuff.
Also, can we just point out that when Peggy rescued Bucky and the Howling Commandos, she didn't open any of the other cages that were like nearer
she
to
only
her,
opened Bucky's cage, yeah.
and none of the other soldiers that were trapped there bothered to help during the actual escape, unlike the movie where they all managed to bum rush the Hydra agents,
Yeah, I love
hold
that
the
scene.
tank.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah, that scene's awesome.
Yeah. You have all these soldiers that were trapped by Hydra just fighting back.
But in this one, it's like, oh no, Captain Carter, oh no, Hydra Stomper, oh no, Bucky's like, I'm pretty certain that's my best friend. It's like, shut the fuck up. Weren't you used as an experiment in the main timeline movie? Why wouldn't it be the same issue here? Fucking apricot.
Yeah.
It's a suit, obviously. The first episode of Marvel's What If is pretty good, but not great.
No.
Fuck off.
No.
Get out.
2 out of 10 at best.
1 out.
Move on.
1 out of 10 is for me.
I'm
Yeah.
0.
I can definitely understand all those ratings. I give it a 2 personally because for me 1 is the
Fuck
lowest
you.
I'll go and 1 is low key. So
Just die as a 0.
Yeah, it's a 0. I win. This is how I win.
oh, it's interesting because like I was watching episode 1 again today because it's the only episode I didn't remember all that much about, and it's like not even the music is good. Like obviously we know the animation is bad and the voice acting is bad, but I like the soundtrack. I don't
music is
like it
terrible.
I
either.
completely forgot that it had music. I thought it was just quiet most of the time. Like, most of the music just went straight over my head. was like-
yeah, it's just the most generic shit, and it's like when you watch the first Avenger, the soundtrack for that is phenomenal. I love Captain America's main theme. I love that film so
Oh, I
much.
hate it.
It's awesome.
I hate it.
What?
Near the finale of the movie, they were like using a track from Captain America: The First Avenger. I remember that track because it's like, oh, that's the Captain America track from First Avenger. Why is it in here?
Yeah.
Get it out. It doesn't belong here.
Well, they
It's
used
too
it.
good for you
They
to
used a
have.
few motifs from the first Avenger in this first episode of What If, and just changed them a bit to fit this new episode. But every time I was like, "Oh, fuck
Yeah, really
this."
did not like that.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
all
really did
hurt.
not like that.
It's funny how the only piece of music I remember is a direct rip from an actual good movie. It's like, stop it.
Yeah.
I'll shake my stick at you violently if you don't stop it.
And the more I think about it, actually, the worse it kind of gets. And there's a few
Yeah, I agree. The more I think about What If, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
things in it that are just really kind of bland. You've seen this.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I get using music in the background of your videos, but the music is almost overtaking his voice. It's hard to hear him at this point. Like,
I'm fine.
I
deaf.
think I'm gonna use a sound boost for this, dear lord. Yeah, this is not great.
Before. As a breezy 30-minute spectacle, Captain Carter excels, and there's plenty of fun to be had. But beyond that, there's not much else to chew on. The character.
What?
I don't know.
So,
About
I'm
it
gonna be
excels
honest,
and there's
I'm not a-
fun.
what?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a big fan with how violent she was with the Hydra soldiers in this
Oh, me neither. She
episode.
definitely killed a lot of them.
I
Like,
mean,
murder.
no, I'm fine with her. I'm fine with her killing them, but the way that she kills them, the manner that she does it,
Yeah,
it's
it's too brutal.
awful.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit. I get that this is a cartoon and you can get away with some elements of cartoon shenanigans, but this is still set in the MCU. And if Captain America did this in his own movies, then people would be fucking fuming.
Well,
I
yeah,
think
that's
the
the
worst
thing
we
that I
get
think
of it is him kicking a dude out off of a boat.
Yeah. Oh, it's the thing that like when in the first Avenger, Captain America says that he doesn't want to kill, he doesn't want to kill anyone, that he just doesn't like bullies or whatever, which is like, yeah, so he wouldn't do anything more than what's necessary for him to win this war, and she's just like having tons of fun nailing on these people, like they're definitely dying from brain damage, and she's just like, hell yeah. It's like, no, I don't like this. Like, it
All
completely
of their
undermines
internal
Captain America.
organs are being pierced by their own skeleton. The fucking bones in their body are shattered into like dust. Their brain is hemorrhaging all over the place. Their eyeballs are popping out of their
Yeah,
skulls.
when I was watching the
They're
episode
fucking-
today, there's like this guy that she throws to the ground, and his head creates like a crack on the cement or whatever. It's like, dude, chill. Like, this guy is
The
fucking
fact that there's
100%
no
dead.
blood in any of these episodes pisses me the fuck off, because it's
Yeah.
like, if you watch the first Avenger when Dr. Erskine gets shot, you literally see the bullet holes being created. There's literal blood on his hands and on Steve's shirt, I think. I can't quite remember that detail.
I think so.
And it's like, yeah, this homie just got shot in the chest. He's dying. Feel bad. And it's like, oh yeah, I do feel bad because he was a good character, and I can tell he's dying because he got shot in the chest. Yeah, it's like,
Oh, yeah, when
what happened
Steve
to
gets
you?
shot,
I
you don't
can't
even
tell whether you got
understand.
shot or if you got a paper cut.
Yeah, when Steve gets shot, it doesn't even look like he was shot.
She looks like she kills them like the Punisher would while cheering
Yeah.
gleefully.
Yeah.
My first reaction to
Right,
seeing
Carter.
Steve get shot in this was just put him in the tube. He'll be fine. There's no blood. He's just holding his side. Maybe it grazed him.
Yeah.
You're telling me Steve is such a pussy that he wouldn't be able to get through the experiment just because of the fucking...
My first
graze.
thought was like, why are you using all of the serum when, you know, but whatever.
Oh yeah, I actually have that written down. I'm pretty certain I sent that in the
You
chat
did.
when the... Yeah. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, no blood in the shield, so she didn't kill people. Yeah, it's like the fucking Winter Soldier logic. John Walker had blood on his shield, so he's a bad person.
Why use up all of the vials after Erskine's death instead of salvaging them, reverse engineering them to find out how they work, and then make them make fucking more of them? The entire point of this experiment was to test that the serum would work, which is a very big issue when you realize that the Hydra agent blew up the experiment before finding out if it would work. It's like, you're fucking retarded. Why would you do this? The entire point of you in the movie was to find out if this experiment would work and then steal a vial to take it back to the Red Skull to make more super soldiers. But in order for you to do that, you needed to make sure that it would work first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, nah, take your word
It's
for
an
it. I'm
alternate
gonna fucking...
reality.
Yeah, it's
I'm a
It's an alternate reality.
yeah, it's an alternate reality. Characters can become dumb simply because it's a different reality. It's just I
The
hate
inciting
because like
incident
the
of this is
first
Peggy
scene we
saying
see
no.
the first scene we see after Steve becomes super soldier is him running after the Hydra agent to stop him from getting the vial, and it's like, yeah, I like this makes sense, and I like this that, you know, it's showing how strong he already is, and also showing that Hydra is, you know, trying to steal the super soldier thing because they couldn't make it themselves. It's like, yeah, this all makes sense. So then what if it's like, no, never mind, he's gonna explode before he becomes a super soldier, even though it's an experiment, they don't know if it works, and he's not, and then they're not gonna even have more vials after Peggy becomes the super soldier. So.
This would be like Obadiah stealing the arc reactor before finding out that Iron Man is a thing.
Yeah,
It would be like,
pretty much.
why are you taking this piece of technology without realizing what it does? And if they do that in a future What If episode, I might actually piss on their grave. Fuck you.
Hey, we're gonna have it's like I think it's if Tony was saved by Killmonger, so there is a
Yeah,
chance they may
yeah.
actually do that, Shandy. Now that I think about it,
Mm.
because I think they would like to have Obadiah again as a villain in that episode, so it could happen.
I'm so excited for that episode. I really want to see why Killmonger is just there for whatever
I
reason.
think he'd just be there for no reason.
I mean,
He's just
I'm not,
there. He's just there.
I'm not going to be watching any more What Ifs unless you guys invite me on for another episode. I just don't care about this. I mean, I watched episode 1 and 3 for the first time yesterday in preparation for this podcast episode. I do not care about What If at all. The shit stank.
I kept putting it off.
Yeah, I'm just
kept
watching
putting
it
it off.
simply
I wanted
to keep on top of the conversations about it. But yeah, I know it's all shit.
The character we've adored for over a decade returns, but not as we know her, and provides the episode with more heart than the recycled beats of the script provide. It feels like Captain Carter is a more intriguing character than the story allows.
I disagree. I don't think she's intriguing in episode 1.
No, I think I get what he's saying. Like, she could be interesting if the episode gave her more development. I think that's what he's getting at.
Maybe.
If that's the case, then yeah.
I think he's saying that
she
she's interesting, but the rest of the episode isn't. So she like gives the episode a bit more.
No, the way he's framing this is she is an interesting character, but the episode doesn't allow for that interesting character to be there. Which the way I took that was she could be interesting if the episode gave her more development.
Right. Well,
yeah, that's what I was getting.
Right. I
In that case, I would agree.
Yeah, if that's the case, then sure.
The character we've adored for over a decade returns, but not as we know her, and provides the episode with more heart than the recycled beats of the script provide. It feels like Captain Carter is a more intriguing character than the story allows.
Yeah.
I wish the
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think I'd agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
deviations from Cap's first adventure had more meaning than shallow changes for change's sake.
Wait, what?
No, a lot of the changes in this are carbon copy. They're just stolen moments from the first Avenger, but they put in different places so you think that it's a change, but in reality, it's like building a puzzle backwards. You still have the exact same number of pieces, but instead of putting them in the right order, you've muddled them up.
I mean,
Yeah, and it's also like there are some changes for the sake of changes, like Hive, because like that's the kind of thing where you just did it because you wanted it to be a different villain in this, but it doesn't make any sense how they can just get Hive, but they didn't do that in the first Avenger, even though they had the Tesseract for a long time. So
I wish the deviations from Cap's first adventure had more meaning than shallow changes for change's sake. If you want to get a quick hit of some gorgeous animated action, then this will be
gorgeous animated action.
I'm going to disagree with what you guys are saying. I think the animation in this is actually pretty good. The issue I have is with the art style.
I don't think the animation is good. I think the movements are really shitty. I think the designs are terrible. I think
facial animation is awful. Yeah. Facial animation is dead ass awful, but I think a lot of the animation in this episode is pretty good.
I find it choppy at times, and like it's missing a frame or two.
Yeah, it's strange, I think obviously the choreography for her fight, like the those trucks or whatever, was terrible. So even then, like,
it's reminding me of like the Iron Giant a little bit, but like not good.
Right. Yeah, it's trying to like blend a bit 2D and 3D, but it's not doing it really well.
Yeah.
I think the shading is really off. Whereas
but
something
that's
like
an issue with the art style, not the animation.
Sure. But yeah, okay. I just think the animation, like, it doesn't look like it's like characters moving. It looks just like they look really smooth and way more animated than they should, in a way.
Yeah.
be just the ticket, but with a wealth of MCU options nowadays, there's far stronger fare to watch first. So, simply put, here's everything I loved and the slightly more than one thing I didn't like. Sorry, not everything can be the Suicide Squad's, but I wish it was.
I agree.
I wish everything was the Suicide Squad.
I was going to say mild spoilers until a certain point in the video, but, you know, like...
That moment with Carter, by the way, I thought of Wonder Woman and Zack Snyder's Justice League for whatever reason. It just
I thought the same. I did.
It just reminded me of that.
Can I just point out how irritating it is that Peggy doesn't wear a helmet, like, at all?
Yes, it does annoy me as well.
Yeah.
Alternate reality.
Yeah.
People don't need helmets to protect their brains. It's okay.
Of course not. Bullets Bullets can't penetrate your skull. That's a myth.
And I just
shoot yourself in the
I
head.
just want to
Yeah,
mention
In this universe, bullets have been nerfed.
Yeah.
they might actually have, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I just want to mention that out of the 4 pages of issues that I found with this episode, out of the tons of hair that I pulled from my skull, I never once thought to myself, damn, Peggy's boobs are too small.
Yeah, but that's because you're an incel.
I never once thought to myself, her shoulders are too broad. She looks like a man. And because I don't care, and I don't think she looks like a man, I think she is feminine enough to the point where you can't make that distinction. And people would realize that if they watch the fucking episode, because there are several frames in this movie, in this episode, where she got fucking mommy milkers, my guy.
Yeah.
You cannot make that statement. It's fucking wrong.
I want to add on to that. That Star Wars girl made a hilarious tweet, just photoshopping it so it looks like a boy, then going, "Wow, it looks like a boy." I'm like, "Yeah, no shit."
Yeah, that's when I would. That's when I would take the image of Luke Skywalker gender swapped from A New Hope, and I'd just be like, "Wow, they really just got a twink to play the role of Luke Skywalker. I can't believe they would demasculine a guy like this."
Oh
It's like,
my
shut the
god!
Yeah, it was.
fuck up.
Didn't she say like, oh yeah, if you take away her makeup and her hair, she's gonna look like a man? Like, yeah, no shit. If you take away some of her feminine features, she's gonna look less feminine. Wow, but she still has fucking big ass breasts. It's dumb.
And she's meant to be an artist. Anna's meant to be an artist. I'm like, how are you missing this? And everyone
Not to mention that Dr. Erskine in this episode confirms what the serum would do in the opening scene. He tells the audience explicitly, you are going to start developing muscles and size really, really quickly. So if you are complaining that Peggy Carter got taller, got broader shoulders, and got fucking muscular as a result of this experiment, you are a clapping tangerine, and I do not want to hear your opinions anymore. Fucking wet pencil.
I also
Fuck
love.
you.
I also loved how authoritarian all of them were like on bodybuilding and that, and then they were missing the basic facts of how it actually works.
Yeah, it's not as if there is a precedent in the real world that literal fucking voodoo sauce is capable of increasing a woman's body dramatically in an unnatural manner. It's not like we have that reference at all.
Yeah, like the
Also
entire
in
thing about
reality.
the serum is that it's gonna like make your muscles grow. Breasts are made of muscle; they're made of mostly fat. So
Yeah. Which doesn't even matter because she still got mommy milkers.
yes,
Like, you people judge the character design off of one still image. And just because she wasn't turned to the side, and just because we didn't see her arse in a typical Black Widow fashion, you guys immediately jumped to the thing of, oh my god, they are making a man out of Captain Carter. We are fucked. Hollywood is destroying femininity. Boobs aren't real. Oh my lord. Shut up.
Don't worry, we got the Black Widow stuff in episode 3. It's okay.
yeah, a bit, yeah.
And Nebula was definitely using female.
According to Jeb, she was a whore, so...
Yeah, there we go. She was using her sexuality to get favors, so make it out of what you will.
Which
Man, when
I
she
don't
pulled
like her
T'Challa
doing
Cha-Cha, I was like, ooh, spicy.
I just don't like her doing it because the version of Nebula that I have in my head is that code assassin, and it's like this is just really not what it should be.
I don't know if I can actually see regular Nebula
No,
doing
I
this
can
type of
see
shit,
that. I can.
but-
I don't think it's
It's-
poor writing in and of itself. I just don't like it. You know, it's just really personal.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's completely subjective. It's just
Oh wait, so are you telling me that you're capable of making a distinguishment between not liking something and thinking that it's bad? Instead of saying, "Oh, I think that this is bad, therefore I'm going to find reasons for why this is badly written."
I can.
Are you saying you're doing that?
Maybe. Like sometimes I can distinguish between personal feelings and objective statements, but
Wow.
just sometimes.
Witchcraft.
Shut up.
Witchcraft.
Cinema. So, yeah, full spoilers from here on out, basically.
Hold up.
This scene was really weird.
Okay.
I didn't like that
and
scene.
the stylistic
neither.
choice of sort of like these cell-shaded graphics look fantastic. The
No,
lighting
stop it.
No, see, and now he's
Not
praising
everything
the.
needs to look like Borderlands.
Yeah.
Not everything needs to look like Borderlands. You
Well,
don't need
it's-
to make everything fucking cell shaded.
It's what I mentioned. Like these episodes, especially 3, I think was the one that annoyed me the most. They look like Telltale games, and like some Telltale games, the visuals I like how they blended it together. Like for example, The Walking Dead, I think it looks really cool the way it looks because it's kind of like trying to go for this comic booky art style, but also trying to adapt it into a game form. It's why I think a bar a new frontier every season looks pretty great. But like. Yeah, this I don't think it fits. Like if you could actually have done a really cool type of like different type of animation because it's like it's Disney. It's the first MCU animated thing. Like you could have been more creative rather than just make it look so generic.
Why couldn't we get a classic 2D animation from Disney? That would have been perfect. Fuck
Alternate
me.
reality.
Yeah, you would alternate reality where they actually did the 2D animation. But it actually been really cool because it's like we have all these 2D animated shows like we mentioned the Earth's Mightiest Heroes or whatever. But if it's actually like a 2D animated show that's canon to the MCU and like the multiverse sense, that would have been actually really neat to see.
Oh yeah, as like a cameo. Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, it's like
But
I even
no, I
mentioned
don't
that,
want to
even if
associate that show anywhere near this fucking property. let it stay in its isolated area where it's nice and safe and wrapped up in bubble wrap.
Oh, you wait. In time.
Well, it's I think I mentioned this in the slaughterhouse or whatever the GC is called right now about like how they like it would be interesting to see like Miles from Into the Spider-Verse or whatever in like the MCU live action and have it like him be animated the way he is in Into the Spider-Verse and blend that with like live action, like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or some shit. I think that could be really interesting to see. At least you get some kind of creativity in terms of like visual style, especially in the Spider-Man films that I think look really bland. So
I might actually watch Into the Spider-Verse after this just to wash my mouth of this garbage ass show.
Yeah,
lighting's really good.
Yeah, the Spider-Verse is
the
terrible.
action composition
of course.
Shut up. Just shut up.
We're gonna break.
I
Jab.
seem to have struck a nerve.
Well, obviously, we here like good films, so we like Into the Spider-Verse.
Hey, I'm just saying, I do have a hot take that nobody knows about.
True. Who knows what
Yeah.
If it's that Into the Spider-Verse is bad, I might actually piss on your grave like I'm going to do to Disney.
The team is get it together.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
fantastic, and the lighting's really good.
See, Fran agrees. Fran's saying, I hope Into the
action
Spider-Verse ends up being bad.
composition
It's not.
It's not, Frank.
Believe me.
We've gone through that
Who
film
knows?
too many times for it to be bad at this point.
Maybe they're just lying like they did about Civil War. Who knows?
We would never
Oh, I
ever
haven't
do
lied.
that.
I've never said a word of a lie about Civil War. If anyone asked me my opinion on it, I'd be like, I think this is shit. Problem is no one asked because you people just keep ignoring me.
Wow. Okay. Shandy pouring his heart out on Nico.
Why did you destroy one Spider-Man thing? We'll not destroy Into Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Sure,
Yeah, that was
now.
the topic I
Now.
wanted to talk about before we got into What If. Fuck. Yeah.
We'll
that's-
get into it
What?
after the video. Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah. We can do it
Oh,
after
that's
this
right.
video.
Oh boy. Oh
Pics
boy.
look fantastic, and the lighting's really good.
The lighting's not
The
good.
action composition is fantastic. There is not a
No, the action is terrible.
You know what? You know what would be really helpful for this if he showed clips of the episode and explained why the composition is fantastic, and maybe like chose a handful of scenes that he thinks explain his point the best. That would be helpful instead of just
Wait. So you're saying that
Man with
someone
beard
should
in
use
the UK.
references to back up their claims? That's
no.
insane.
I'm not claiming people should do work. I'm not claiming you should be accurate on what you say.
Yeah, Shandy, you've made like already 2 hour and a half videos talking about films, right? Spider-Man films, you barely use any
Yeah, but they're
references in that. It's
terrible,
just
so
you ranting. It's just
don't
you
use
ranting
them.
into your microphone. You never ever use clips from the films.
Nope, not at all.
A shot that feels out of place and isn't perfectly composed.
Perfectly
particularly the
composed,
stand-
dude. Okay, even my favorite animated shows, I wouldn't say they're perfectly composed. Like, I adore Rick and Morty. I think the animation is pretty great. For the most part, I would not say the shots are perfectly composed. Like, chill. That's pretty insane.
I don't even know what perfectly composed means.
I imagine
What does it mean to
in
be
the
perfectly composed?
he would need to explain it. I imagine perfectly composed in terms of lighting. And yeah, Jeb, we saw your profile picture. I'm quite happy you're using it. I'd say in terms of like lighting, having the lighting be like pretty dynamic in the way that it fits with the scenery of the scene, and the character designs like not looking like bad to look at, and all being consistent and not being like too exaggerated or something. I think that's
Well,
what
I mean,
not sure.
if that's the case, then wouldn't that be an opinion piece? And if that is the case, then he's not technically wrong because he thinks that it's perfect.
Sure. Of course, there are like, well, it's the thing that where if you ask Strike about what a perfectly composed shot means, he'll probably give a more in-depth answer than I would, considering he, studying animation. So it's just, I think, I just trying to go off of what I think he means here.
That highlights to me are whenever Peggy Carter gets to bash that shield at people.
Yo, he used the clip.
This fucking scene pisses me off.
He's using
The sound design is a standout. All the familiar.
I don't. Is that?
Sound design is standout. Oh,
Well,
no.
I really
can't even remember the
noticed that.
sound design at all.
I don't either. Like,
I watched this episode literally yesterday. It took
I
me
watched
3
this
hours to
episode
get through it.
today. I don't remember the sound design. I watched it like 2 hours before the stream started.
A deaf person is saying no on this. You understand how wrong you gotta be.
It's like, I don't. That's weird because like sound design for me, it's like it's hard for it to stand out. Like it's when I watched Transformers 1, for example, I think the sound design is actually pretty great. For like the transformations or whatever.
So is the music. Ooh.
Yeah, the music is phenomenal. But it's like just talking sound design wise, it's like I'd say Nolan films has some pretty great sound design. For the most part.
Yep.
Yeah, but to say this has great sound design, I really did not notice any of it. It just sounded really generic, honestly.
Yep. I would agree.
Bonks and donks are there, and it's mixed together beautifully with the music in a montage that charts Peggy's wartime exploits. A recreation of the same montage from TFA. The use of light and shadow casts real depth in the images, so when Peggy zips across one end of the room to the other, the lighting really sells it.
I disagree. I think the lighting is really it's actually counter to what he's saying. I don't think it actually shows depth because the lighting looks very artificial. So I don't think it actually reflects like when she changes room or whatever. I think that's just him wanting it to be that way because he likes how it looks, but I don't think the shading and lighting work that way. I need to get some references from the episode to counter this for sure. But
Can I also
I don't like
just point out something that I found to be kind of ironic? You have people on Twitter or just the internet in general, like that Star Wars girl, like Mark the English, but I think he was kind of trolling, to be honest, who are commenting that Peggy isn't feminine because of broad shoulders and no booba, but then I look at the fact that she isn't wearing a helmet, and then I'm wondering to myself, okay, why isn't she wearing a helmet when this show or this episode is trying to emulate Captain America the First Avenger? And the first thought that popped into my head was, they're trying to make her more feminine in the way she appears, which is why she still has the long hair and why she still has makeup and why she still has lipstick on. So I find it funny that Marvel tried to make her feminine while being a super soldier, yet people on the internet are complaining that she's being defeminized. I find that really funny.
You're asking them to pay attention. That's a bit hard.
I'm asking them to watch the fucking episode. It's like,
But what I was showing on screen while you're talking, Shandy, which is like the lighting on this shot makes absolutely no sense. Because the light's coming from like pretty much 90 degrees from her, yet her hair is lit as if the light was coming from the sky.
Above her, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So,
That's
like I
weird.
said, the lighting is not great. Really
It
strange.
needs some
Just
work,
like
just a little bit.
I don't think there's any more praise I can heap on the animation style. It's fluid, colourful, full of contrast, and a joy to watch.
No.
There's 2 great unbroken
don't you like how she
shots,
just starts flying?
Hold on, I need to say something. Oh, Claude, get the fuck out. Fuck off.
Oh,
What-
hey,
what?
he's in chat. Let me block him.
Yeah, get rid of him.
I want
Um,
hide user on this channel. Okay.
Homophobic,
Goodbye,
pedophile,
Arclaw.
defender.
Been fun.
Get the fuck out.
Okay. That's cool. Okay. Goodbye, Arclaw.
probably the best animation in the entire special ends when
He just kicked
Peggy
somebody out.
is riding Steve's hydrostomper.
Oh, he's
and,
actually
like,
doing what I suggested earlier. He's providing a reference of a scene where he thinks the animation's done really well. Good job. Well done.
Yeah, he's talking about the
Did I think?
true unbroken animation scenes. I imagine without he means because they're like one without cuts.
probably the best animation in the entire special
I
ends
really
when,
don't like how she's just superhuman here.
She's way too strong here.
What?
Her ability.
She's way too strong here. Plus, she wouldn't be able to run on a plane like that.
Nope.
The
Peggy
wind resistance would
is
be way too much.
riding Steve's
Yeah,
hydrostomper.
she
Yeah, I
just-
mean, look
she
at
just
that dude.
jumps
Look
off
at that
like
dude who
that.
just went flying. Like he got yeeted out of that plane, and yet she's just running on the back of it.
Yeah, and she runs, and
It's
then
like
she
you
jumps
hydros-
on the tail, and then off the
stomper,
tail,
like,
she just does a
zig-
spinny thingy for some
No.
reason. That's
No.
Why didn't she just jump like a normal person? What changes from
Really?
her doing that? Jump off of the tail.
She is like
between different
a mini Hulk. I'm telling you.
No, she is. She's pretty much like a Red Guardian in terms of strength, like much stronger
Yeah.
than Steve for some reason.
Yeah.
is riding Steve's hydrostomper and then like zigzagging between different planes and just taking out dudes left and right in the air while she's skydiving. And the other time is when she's storming Red Skull's castle. She like traverses up the wall and then like jumps down and then
Yeah,
Yeah, that's really not possible.
yeah, that's really terrible. Like, how can she jump that high? And like, even when she uses like that motorcycle to get inside the place, it's like she throws the motorcycle inside the guard tower. Somehow she just jumps that high, and she has the strength to throw it midair, and the motorcycle gets inside perfectly inside that window and explodes to kill the guards. It's like, okay, that's
Like
the
in
thing-
Civil War, Steve needed Wanda just to like jump up a few stories. Like it was not that high when he was trying to get into the building, and Wanda had to like fly him up there using magic. Like it was, and he had to like jump off of the car too. Like he needed a bit of a head start on that too. So it's like he cannot. This is not in his range. He can't do this.
You remember in the first Avengers movie, and I'm not talking Captain America: The First Avenger. I'm talking Avengers 2012. When he's trying to scale the what's it called, the helicarrier when it broke, and he's like trying to repair it. Remember how like flimsy his jumps were in comparison, despite us at the time thinking that was really impressive of him to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
watched
must
Avengers
like-
2012 this week. It's when he's jumping like to get to the lever or whatever. His jumps are like pretty impressive for like, you know, a human. But considering he's not human, it's like, yeah, that's fine. But then when we get to this, and what if she's like jumping like she's the Hulk, and it's okay. You shouldn't jump that high, ma'am. But whatever.
Yeah, I think this show is kind of going a little bit overboard in terms of what human beings are capable of doing, and just because it's an animation, it's like, yeah, you have a little bit more freedom to work with instead of being reliant on human beings in like real world situations. Because obviously, when you're using animation as a medium versus live action, you are going to have a lot more freedom with what you can physically do. But
Yep.
that doesn't necessarily mean you should do that.
Well, yeah, the issue is I definitely understand using animation to its full extent, but when you have a show that's supposed to be, well, we're using the MCU canon, you should follow the MCU canon, so doing this is a contradiction. So it's like, I get why you would do this for animation, but you shouldn't. Like, that's a problem. I don't care that it's animation or not. So like, if in Into the Spider-Verse, for example, use something like that, like characters having like enhanced durability or jumping higher than normal humans would have, like, yeah, that's fine, it's consistent because it is Into the Spider-Verse. It's
That's to enforce.
yeah, it has a
Yeah.
bit
I'm
of
actually
to
pretty
enforce.
certain that Peggy just jumped higher than any member of the Spider Crew from Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh,
I'm pretty
I
certain
bet
she
on that.
did.
Yeah, I'd bet on that.
She did, yeah.
Smashing into different dudes.
Dude, and she's fine after landing that jump. You remember in Civil War when Captain America falls out of the window of the place that just got blown up by Rumlow, and he's just like, he struggles to get up, and she lands on her feet and she's fine.
Yeah.
And, like the camera keeps like
That shield is
moving
killing
up with
people.
her.
Yes.
It's really, really well done.
Well,
pretty sure
remember how the
she-
shield
the
can
people are
penetrate
dead.
like walls and shit, like it can actually be embedded in walls, as shown like in
Exactly,
Civil War.
yeah.
So when she hits these
That's so
people,
strong. Steve
yeah.
throws it.
Yeah, when the shield hits these people, it should like go through their skulls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be a Mortal Kombat X-ray at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Animation, I was seriously really impressed.
How about everyone just shooting at her shield, even though they know that the shield is, you know, the only area where she can protect herself? Like, I get trying
wanna
to
know
shoot her
a
center
really-
mass, but here we go.
Arm.
Do you want to know a really well animated superhero movie that does one takes and doesn't look like absolute horseshit?
Hmm.
The Incredibles.
Yeah.
The
Oh.
Incredibles
Sure.
is a fantastically well animated movie that does superhero one takes and it doesn't look like shit.
Yeah. I watched the
So I don't
last
know
year.
Why
and it's,
he
like,
is so
standard.
impressed by this fucking fossil with like raggedy ass clothes on top of it doing the exact same thing that the Incredibles did like 20 years ago. It's like,
Yeah, the
yeah.
fact that we've had like 2 movies that are like that in the past 17 years, it's pretty sad.
Yeah, the animation for Incredibles still holds up really well. Considering it's what, 17 years old at this point. So
no idea.
Yeah,
I think so. I think it was
17.
2004.
it came out 2004.
Yeah, really good film. I recommend
Incredible,
it.
so good. Sequel is even better.
Mm.
Die. Please, like, go away. Leave. You're out.
What do you mean? You tell me you don't like that movie?
I'm telling you, I'm going to find you and kill you.
Wait, what movie are we talking about?
Incredibles 2.
Incredible.
The Incredibles 2. It's even better than the original.
Oh, I've never seen it.
Don't.
Oh, you've never seen it?
Yeah, from what I
You,
heard,
You're
you should watch it.
shouldn't.
It's really good.
People really don't like
It's
it.
it's a really good movie. I love it. It's
Mm.
even better than the first one.
I'm happy Jeb is using the screenshots I'm sharing as his profile pictures.
Most
Is it?
sequels are better than the originals,
Of
to
course,
be honest.
like Dark Knight is much better than Batman Begins.
Like Spider-Man 2 is better than Spider-Man 1.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Winter Soldier
Peak
better than the
superhero
first
media.
Avenger. Yeah, it's yeah.
Exactly. Infinity War better than the first 2 Avengers movies, you know? That's another one.
Strike is in chat and he says, "Man, I'm no 3D lighting expert, but what the fuck is up with the lighting in this show?" And yes, Strike. I mentioned
It's a
you
good
earlier how
question.
you'd be able to break it down better than me, but yeah, the lighting in the show is really terrible. I really hate it.
Why is my profile picture Chernobyl victim?
Because Peggy was put in an experiment where they didn't know if it was gonna go right, and she looks like a Chernobyl
Experiment
victim.
626.
Far From Home, greater
Yeah, I
than
think we
Homecoming. Oh
should-
yeah, Crackman, definitely.
It's
Oh, yeah.
Captain America combat from the movies ported to animation, and I don't think they could have
And
done
it's
it any better.
very
Honestly.
done very
do
poorly.
think they could have done it.
Oh
much better.
no, don't say that. Don't say you don't think they could have done it better. That just limits your scope. That's like rolling over with your belly into the sun and saying tickle me here, I'm fine with it. It's just like, no, don't do that.
It
Don't
looks
do
like
that.
Minecraft shaders lighting. Honestly, the shaders in Minecraft look better, depending on the shader you use.
Minecraft looks pretty damn good considering.
Yeah, I love the art
Yeah.
style of Minecraft. But yeah, I don't think like if he's just because it's weird, right? Because like he's saying and from an animation standpoint, but surely fight choreography would be in that animation category, right? Because it's all controlled by the animators. And if that's the case, then no, they could have done it a lot better because the choreography in the show is garbage, really, really terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, let's all just keep running towards
Yeah,
the
just
very
keep running,
Yeah,
same
let's run
spot
to the exact
that our
place where
other
she's gonna
troops
kill
are
us.
being tossed around in. Instead of running in a circular motion around the car, surrounding her with our guns aimed forward.
That would
Fuck
make
you.
sense.
How about we use our weapons?
That's
How about we aim for the legs instead of center mass?
No, that's cringe. Just okay. Fuck.
Oh, it's the Winter Soldier.
It reminds
The
me
best
how
Captain America
satisfying
movie.
an oomph it is when Cap throws his shield into someone point blank range. You get a lot of that, and you get a lot of acrobatics and like feats of super strength.
Yeah, that is definitely a feat of super strength. Physics. yeah, that's the clip from Wolf. Because dear lord, what the fuck are these physics? Fucking hell. No, let's watch this clip
animation,
again
dude.
because I think it's pretty funny.
It's animation.
Strengths.
Yes.
Feats of super strength.
Like, she just jumps somehow.
Can we play
Gets
this
so
slower?
high that
Can we play
she's
this
like,
slower?
oh my god, she just kicks her motorcycle at them, and the motorcycle explodes. Okay.
Here, let me play this in 0.5 speed.
You don't get it. She's female.
Ah yes, women are indeed better than men. Okay, I'm at 0.5 speed.
Like
Let's see.
Strengths. Feats of super strength.
He
Jumps
just
up.
flies up. The motorcycle just
He
flies
flies
up.
up with the motorcycle.
Oh my god. Whee!
And she kicks in midair.
And it explodes.
And it blows up.
Yep. All makes perfect sense.
With no effort.
I just love it when like anything, if anything crashes with anything in media, immediate explosion.
Yeah, I find it
love that.
hilarious.
It's kind of annoying
Oh,
though
it
because
would've
you're
made
watching it and you're
sense.
like,
It would have made sense if it was her modified motorcycle, like the one that Steve has in TFA. Unfortunately, she just stole this like 2 seconds ago. It's not hers.
Hey, maybe it's a... No, I was gonna say it's like a Tesseract powered motorcycle, but Hydra doesn't have the Tesseract at this point, so never mind.
Nope.
Even if that same thing happened in the first Avenger, it would actually have made more sense because they did have the Tesseract. So well done, show.
no, because you're watching it and you're like, oh, it's okay that Sam doesn't have the super soldier serum, but at the same time, he can't do any of this stuff.
Wait, hold up. Sam.
I think he's criticizing the Falcon and Winter Soldier TV show.
Right. I'm glad I saw this clip once again.
It's kind of annoying though because you're watching it and you're like, oh, it's okay that Sam doesn't have the super soldier serum, but at the same time, he can't do any of this stuff.
That's fine. That's why he has Bucky.
And they wouldn't be
No,
able
no,
to
so
do
it's
this
okay
stuff.
because they're still gonna make him do all that stuff,
Yeah,
just not explain it.
Yeah, Falcon already did like something
Nano
that's...
machines, son.
Yeah, you remember when he caught the fucking
Okay.
truck midair? Like, that's insane as well. And he's not even a super soldier, so I think we're fine, Fofat. I think either way.
But he had the jet pack.
Yes, he would not have become Jelly, no.
He had the jet.
Yes,
You
jetpack
fucking
can
incel.
hold like tons in weight.
I know my
and also
physics, you fucking pleb.
Jeb, didn't you do like the math for that and post it on Twitter and people got upset?
Yes, and he got ratioed, and he
Yeah.
got ratioed for it.
And I laughed because I was like, they were going to touch some grass and that, and I went out that day to see my girlfriend. So
I remember that.
I'm pretty sure I was one of the quote tweets, just for fun.
Yes. Gotta help that ratio. I support.
Yeah.
I support the TV. But yeah. These people are so dead. Oh my
Kinda
god.
wanna
I mean,
see
I have
that
no
stuff.
issue with her killing people.
Isn't
it's
the
just the way
one-
that she kills them.
Yeah.
Is the one where should they go and save Bucky and the Howling Commandos? That's her first mission, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm glad they showed her, doing flips and stuff and just being a master at it. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty neat. But to be fair, in the
pretty
first Avenger, I think I'd say Steve is pretty already, like pretty
He's like
able during that scene,
he's
like
strong.
hiding from cameras and whatnot.
The thing is like strength, like enhanced strength and durability and stuff. It's gonna give you like more opportunities to be like better at this stuff, but it's not gonna make you like a sudden just master at it. And I don't think he's
Yeah.
a master in the first film. It
Yeah, I
takes
can
him,
understand
that,
like if
I
it,
think he
it has
becomes a
enhanced reflexes, but not to the point where it's like fighting like the best fighters ever.
Yeah, he's not like incredible at fighting. I think it's after the montage, which is where he gets all his experience. After that, he's more into that kind of stuff. But here, they're just kind of doing it out of order, and it doesn't make that much sense to me.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Like, you know, he could have the wings and the shield and the serum. Is that too much? Is that too much to ask?
Well,
yes, they don't care about you.
They didn't need to
Right,
make
the writers will
more.
do whatever they want.
They need
The
to make
writers
more
will do whatever
serum,
they
and
want.
at this point, there
They
is
will
no more
suck
serum.
at it. They don't care about the fans. I'm with you, Matt, but they don't care about us. So yeah.
Well,
Stop
yeah, I
asking
mean,
them
there's
stuff.
no way for him to get the serum at this point, or at least there shouldn't be. But considering the retcons in the MCU, who knows? Yeah.
I mean, I would rather Sam had the serum just so he can like, you know, do
Just
superhuman
just
stuff
so his
without
plot
it
armor
being
isn't as
stupid.
bad.
I would be
agree.
happy if he just had a
Yeah.
helmet.
I just want to raise this point Marcus just made. Before Falcon and the Winter Soldier existed, there was no serum recreation again. There was no Red Guardian in Black Widow. There was no more super soldiers like Isaiah. Believe me, they'll pull anything out their ass.
Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
like at some
Remember
point
when we
he's gonna
thought
become a super
Falcon and
soldier.
the Winter Soldier had good world building?
Yeah, I don't know why we
Shut
thought
up.
that. To
We
be
never said
honest.
that.
Yeah.
We never said that.
Yeah.
Not us.
I
Nope.
said that. I said that.
That was
not
E
us.
poo.
Not us.
I will own it. I said that.
Yeah, we have an
and I
entire
was
stream
wrong.
where it's just us being really cringy. Though to be fair, covering Az's video, his video was even more cringy than us. So I think we're okay.
That was E poo.
That was Zipu.
I mean,
that was
back
Zipu.
then there was like bad criticism of the show. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there still is.
Right.
The point is
Even if
that
you look back on it.
we've had criticisms
look
from
back
like the
on it,
EFAP crew
yeah.
that is actually a lot better than what Az has ever said, or most of the Phantom Menace people. You know, like their arguments were not great.
speaking of the EFAP crew, I don't know if you guys saw, but Southpaw watched Terriers with Mahler, and
Yeah, we
he
were
had an eye on
talking-
suicide.
Yeah,
So,
we were
Me and
talking
Marcus
about.
are literally in that group chat.
Yeah, we were
Hey.
talking about Southpaw with
Hello.
it, and we think
No,
some of the
no,
criticisms
Jed.
is not
I don't
great.
think you're in the Terriers group chat.
Well,
Well,
Oh,
the full
we
Terriers
we
group
aren't
chat.
either anymore. He destroyed that group chat, but we heard some of the arguments that Fringy and Mahler made. I don't think they're great, but yeah, don't really.
I spent a really long time. I spent quite a few hours of my life proving those arguments wrong, and then Southpaw went ahead and nuked that channel, or sorry, that chat, and then fuck.
Don't
It's
worry,
like-
Shandy. I'll always remember it in my heart.
No, because now I'm just going to most likely go through the entire show myself and then find out any potential issues and then prove why they're not going to work. At
Well,
least
I
as best as
support
I
it.
can.
I support it, and I
Because it's
enjoy
like, oh,
Terriers.
fuck's sake. No, I'm sorry, Southpaw, but I don't like the idea that you rolled over that quickly. Like, 2 days, man. Come on. Please, no.
I
could've-
believe in you,
could've
Shandy.
held-
You're gonna.
You could have held
do
on.
this.
Could have held on for the Brotherhood of the Banana Brothers. You could have done it. All these months of talking shit that Terriers is better than any MCU property. Probably still is. I don't actually really know.
I wouldn't say it's better.
you
than
could've-
this issue.
You could have held on, my guy. You could have made it to the finish line. Watched it all again. Analyzed it. Come up with arguments. Even if they don't accept them, you had it. You had an ace up your sleeve.
Southpaw, you are the chosen one. No, I'm going to watch Legion instead. Exactly. Watch Legion. Strike. Much better.
Too much? Is that too much to ask?
No.
In spite of Chris Evans, Steve Rogers finishing his storyline, I think there's plenty more room for Hayley Atwell's Peggy Carter. And besides,
Well, that's what Agent Carter was for.
Agent Carter.
She had an entire TV show about her. I think, I don't think you're wrong. I just think you should have just watched it. Yeah, you should just watch the TV show if you think that.
Yeah, don't you just love it when people who are now suddenly clamoring that they want Agent Carter material just to completely ignore the TV show? It's like,
I've heard people say like, oh, they could have explored more Shield before the fall or whatever. It's like, or just even after how it works. And Agents of Shield literally exists. Like they say, they could have seen more of Coulson. Coulson has an entire TV show where he's pretty much the main character, although it's an ensemble.
Isn't there like 7 seasons? Of
Seven
that show?
seasons. Agents of Shield, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Go watch that. Go support that. It's got all of your favorite characters, like Agent Coulson, Mexican
Coulson,
Ghost Rider,
Maria Hill. Fury shows up in the show as well.
Few other people whose names I don't know because I haven't seen the show.
Daisy,
Ghost
May,
Rider is so
Warren. They're all great. But Ghost Rider is like,
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider's phenomenal. Robbie Reyes. Bay.
Watch MCU Legion or not?
No.
Please, stop.
No.
No. The thing is, because Agent Carter was so neglected, it didn't get the 3rd season it should have. Season 2 ends on a cliffhanger.
Just like Terriers. Oh no, it's happening again.
I'd say Terriers ends on a more well-rounded note. Well, I haven't seen Agent Carter, but I wouldn't say it's a cliffhanger.
I'm gonna assume it does.
Yeah. But yeah, people, it's just strange that people say, oh, there's more you could do with Agent Carter. I'm like, yeah, you could watch her show, whatever.
you can keep the happy ending with Steve and Peggy in that timeline, and now we can open ourselves up to all kinds of possibilities like
I don't like this ending.
What?
I don't want to keep it. I don't want to keep that ending, that happy ending.
Neither.
I don't want it.
Yeah, me neither, because it ruins Cap's character stuff.
Possibilities like this one. I think the actual core concept of Peggy Carter becoming Captain Carter and having the super soldier serum and all that sort of stuff is really neat.
Jesus, look at that. She's so brutal. Dear Lord. This is exactly the one I was mentioning. Like, that guy, his skull is fucking fractured. He's dead. Brain damage.
The Punisher.
The facial animations.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That is such a Punisher moment if I've ever seen it.
Yeah,
Stop
and then
trying
she's just
to
like,
channel
that
classic
was
Disney
great.
animation in this fucking thing.
I hate Peggy in this so much.
Yeah.
Oh, that was brilliant! Shut
was
up. No.
Brilliant. Yeah, I just murdered
I just want a random fucking Hydra agent with a sniper rifle just to pop her in the snout right now.
Yeah, I support it.
It's like she's so unlike Peggy. Like I love Peggy in the first Avenger, and she's so not Peggy here.
Yeah.
Let's give it another go.
And I think there's so many places this episode could have gone to that would have made it infinitely more interesting, but instead it kind of just rushes through the plot beats of a movie you've already seen.
Yep.
And it doesn't really alter them too much.
Then this is going to be awkward.
I don't know. I feel like
Gives
this was
her the
a. I
shield
feel like
in the
this was
bar.
a very big change because
Yeah.
why the fuck was your first instinct to give her a shield? Why? Because in Captain America: The First Avenger, it actually makes sense why Steve used a shield because A, he was already depicted as like a sort of warrior for America, you know, the shield of America protecting them from this invading Nazi force. Okay? He was a literal piece of American propaganda, so him having the shield made sense. And then he decided to take his shield with him on his first mission because he's thinking to himself, you know what? This might actually be useful.
And it turns out it is.
He then finds, it then turns out it is useful, and what's his name? Howard is like, so I hear you attached to the shield. I went ahead and I made you a few designs of my own choosing. Pick which one you like, and then there's like shields with spikes on it. There's one with like a flamethrower attachment. They all very cool looking designs, and he designed them for practical usage. He hides the vibranium shield underneath the desk, and then Steve picks that out and is like, why isn't this standard issue? It's like, because it's made of the rarest material on the face of the planet. That's all we've got. And it's like, oh, okay, so you didn't put the shield out on front because A, it's a prototype, and B, it's made of the rarest material on the planet. So obviously, you wouldn't want to immediately give that away. For example, if like he died or if he lost the shield or something, because
then
bada bing, bada boom, there goes your
property.
vibranium.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, I have no reason to give you a shield of all things instead of something like a Titanfall-esque smart pistol, because for some reason Howard Stark is significantly smarter in this one episode than he was in the entirety of the MCU. For some reason, so fuck it. Why not? Have her make her a smart pistol. We know that she uses handguns in like every scene that she's in Captain America: The First Avenger, along with this episode. So why was your first instinct to give her a shield when a ranged weapon is something that she's already far more comfortable with?
Because
Fuck
it's
you.
a fucking fictional world.
Because it's a
And then, of
reference.
course, he smuggles it out of the base in Boston through customs and wherever the fuck. I'm pretty certain someone would have stopped him. Like, someone working there officially, like, hey, you're not allowed to take that. That's government property. We understand that you're helping, but you are still a civilian. You shouldn't be allowed to leave here with government equipment. It's like, no one stopped him at all. Just, okay. And then he still manages to paint it with the Union Jack. It's like, when did you find time to do all of this? Why did you do all of this? Exactly. What was the reason?
Because
The
it's
fuck?
a reference to Captain Britain in the comics. And
Oh no, we only have 30 minutes. We have to like get through this at blazing speed. No time to think, no time to chat. Just go, 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 go. Give her the shield, give her the uniform, have her fucking beat up Nazis. Go, 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 go. Okay.
yeah.
But it gets pretty bland. And I think the point at which it ends is just doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree.
Instead of using the Tesseract in the original story, the Red Skull snatches it for just long enough to power up a portal and release Not Starro. The plan is that this creature
Not stop. Okay, whatever.
will keep growing out from this facility that it is currently destroying, and then will
That
flatten
sword's
half
snap,
of
by the
Europe.
way.
Or
Yes.
There's no ways that this random ass wall mounted sword is strong enough to keep Peggy Carter stuck in place when this intergalactic hentai monster is pulling her. That sword is snapping. You're being dragged into the
How about
netherrealm.
the fact that
Alternate reality.
How about the fact that she uses the sword to cut the arms off the monster, and then when he grabs her again, she doesn't use it to cut off its tentacles again. She just lets herself.
Oh
be
yeah,
dragged.
that's true.
Yeah, that was great.
Exactly.
She has a sword in one hand, and she's just like,
Yeah, never mind.
I can't do this. with
I
you.
already did this once. I can't do it anymore.
It's called What
Imagine,
If,
like,
Marcus.
being Steve in that situation.
What
Like,
if
you
Peggy
like,
was a
I
mom?
can see you. You can cut yourself out of the situation. No, I can't dance with you. Sorry, no. Goodbye forever.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, the amount of references in this show to them dancing pissed me the fuck off. It's like, stop saying that.
It's completely diminishing the
It
impact of the
completely
dancing
ignored
thing in
the
the first
reason
Avenger.
why dancing to Steve is so important. Please
It's
stop
the
fucking
comics.
saying it.
But it's the comics, so
I
Yes.
don't care. I don't care.
It's called What If. You can't criticize it.
Fuck your comics. Genuinely, we're not dealing with that shit anymore.
something. There's no clever resolution to this. Peggy just rams it, and the thing decides not to eat her with one of its many tentacles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
because
think I would have preferred the monster from Guardians 2.
everyone would, because that scene is great. I love that scene.
That scene is great. Yeah, very good. Very good rat. I love Drax.
I love the CGI for these monsters.
On that note, Ross Marquand returns to do a pitch-perfect portrayal of the villain first played by Hugo Weaving, but the Red Skull barely makes an impact on anything at all. When Octopussy turns up, it's as if the Red Skull needs to be dispatched as quickly as possible to keep the plot moving. If you're going to swap
Yeah,
Steve
it's
for
really funny how they just grab Red Skull and kill him, and then it's like, oh, but we're not gonna grab these other people that are here, except for Peggy, but only
Also-
when it's convenient.
Don't you just love how the Red Skull, who was a physical match for Steve in his movie, got killed by this tentacle monster almost instantly, but Peggy isn't?
Yes, it's great. I love it when characters have plot armor.
It's very fun.
Yeah.
Peggy, she deserves a hero-villain relationship that's just as well defined. As it stands, Captain Carter has yet to face a proper threat. It's essentially a 30-minute origin story, which is fine if you wanted that, but I think, like, you know, people know Captain America the First Avenger pretty well. I don't think we need a recap at the start telling us who the original Captain America is.
At humanity's darkest hour, a skinny kid from Brooklyn.
Yeah, but those...
Yeah, I found that really strange.
Yeah, but it's what, 20 seconds they spent on this? I think it's pretty chill. Could have spent
Also, minor gripe, I don't like how the Watcher reads off the title, What If? Like, there's no point. It's meaningless. You have him basically giving this big speech, and then you have him say the phrase, that makes us ask the question, and then you have the title screen, What If? I didn't like the fact that he said what if.
Yeah, when
I can read it, I can see that it says what if. Yeah, I don't need you to confirm what it says.
Yeah. And also hate how they play this entire fucking intro from The Watcher in every episode. It's like, okay, I get it. I think I get it.
Yeah. I don't like that.
This is probably the best shot in the show.
Yes, because it's not in the style of animation that the show portrays.
Yes.
Brooklyn became Captain America, a new kind of soldier.
They're playing the first Avenger music.
After turning the tide of World War II, he made the ultimate sacrifice.
We know. I think we just should have had the inciting incident where Peggy becomes Captain America, and then we can go off and tell our own stories. The way this episode tracks through the plot beats of the first Avenger so rigidly, it kind of reminds me of the original Star Trek reboot in 2009 with Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto. The whole strength of that movie is that it starts off from a place that we know, and then because of time travel shenanigans.
Okay. Why does he show these clips? Things
end up in a slightly different trajectory than what they were going on in the original series, and that's exciting. And the promise of the premise was that they could go anywhere in the sequel.
Thrusters on full.
Okay. I'm just gonna pause for copyright, but I've heard these films aren't great, but whatever.
Same here.
Why does Skinny Steve look 12? Because he also looked 12 in the first Avenger. Brit, how dare you? He's definitely doesn't look like a man.
And in the next one,
what are the points of these clips? Like, they're not like the audio, the cuts are just really annoying me, and the music is way too loud when he gets back to his own with the clips of his face. I don't like when he uses these clips from
no idea.
Yeah, and it's always the same music.
Yeah.
Let's do Wrath of Khan, but Kirk and Spock swap.
I have nothing to say about this. I've never seen Star Trek, and I really don't care. Like, I agree, they could have done a different inciting incident. They could have done the inciting incident and then told a different story, and that would have been interesting.
Well, I don't really have an issue with him like making a point and then referencing another property that does the exact same thing he's talking about. I don't.
No, yeah, I think it's fine. It's just I have not seen Star Trek, but like I agree with this premise. It doesn't really matter to me at this point.
And that's kind of what this is.
Interesting.
Okay, that clip definitely helped us understand.
I mean,
and that's kind of what this.
Compare it to someone like Southpaw Spider-Man 2 video where he looks at Last of Us and stuff as case studies. He's using better references and explanations. I have no idea what these references do.
Yeah, it's really just saying this.
I do. He's just saying that he would have preferred it if the story started with the inciting incident instead of a recap of the first Avenger.
Oh no, yeah,
he's just making an argument for saving time.
Yeah, but that's him saying it. The references are just something feels like random clips.
Yeah. Like I get what he's mentioning. What he's referencing about Star Trek, I get it. What he's referencing about Star Trek, I get it. But the clips are pretty useless.
Yeah, I think he's just bad at explaining his point.
Yeah.
But I get it. I get what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
It's just First Avenger, but Kirk and Spock, they swap places. By Kirk and Spock, I mean Steve and Peggy.
No shit.
We're following, right? We're following. Okay.
Yes, I'm not.
Imagine if Peggy got her nickname in 2021.
You know, I think people would have supported that. At least Defend the Menace would.
To be honest, I'd like to see how that happened. That would be pretty
what
interesting.
If Peggy got her nickname in 2021? That should be the next episode of the TV show.
I mean, we have one party for, so you know.
Yeah.
Steve and Peggy, we're following, right? We're following. Okay, good. God, just getting galaxy brain up in here. You know, the weather's shit. It's Thursday. I should have filmed on Tuesday, and here's where we're at. Here's where we're at.
Okay. What the fuck is...
Okay.
What?
What's happening?
Just cut... What? What the fuck just happened? Did I have a stroke? What?
And now we are reaching critical mass with me because they are referencing the shit they should not be referencing. Stop it.
I'm very confused. I don't know what just happened.
Steve and Peggy's romance was handled pretty well, and I thought it was rather...
No. Fuck you. No, it was not. This was the most blatantly in-your-face fucking romance I have ever seen in any installment of the MCU, including fucking Thor, which I thought was incredibly rushed. This is worse than that. Peggy as a character is incredibly subtle in her emotions. She does not fucking handle shit the same way most people do. She stays to herself. She gives subtle smiles, subtle notions of affection. She asks really blatant, straightforward questions and answers blatantly and straightforwardly, sure, but she is not, fucking dishing out her emotions left, right, and center. If you watch the original movie, you would know this to be true, and you were kind of giving the MCU shit for recapping the movie. So it's like, okay, so you're either going to give them shit for recapping the movie, or you're just going to not watch it and not reference it at all, which is just going to fuck me over completely. I mean, Peggy was only like blatantly affectionate with Steve like a literal hour before he essentially disappears for 70 years when she kisses him, and that's after months to potentially years of fighting off Hydra. She was way too busy of an individual to develop a relationship with Steve, and that's what made that entire relationship tragic.
Yes.
This is not Peggy. This is complete horseshit. This is awful. What are you on about? Fuck you.
When I paused the video, I paused it specifically for Shandy's reaction, and the timing was perfect because I paused it the second after Shandy just started yelling no. So that was good. Yeah.
And there's not even a conflict between the two of them. I like it first Avenger.
Yeah, no, it's
handled well, my ass.
Like you said, it's handled worse than
handled well is if you make the argument of these are two completely different characters in a universe where the inciting what-if incident actually happened the day they were fucking born. That's the only way you could make this argument work. But because the Watcher made the rule that said these characters take place in the exact same universe until a specific moment in time that is different to the main continuity, which means they should still have the exact same characteristics and mannerisms from main continuity until that specific moment in time. But that doesn't then necessarily mean that she would have such a drastic change in character. What, the super soldier serum literally give her testicles? Is that what you're telling me? It gave her balls, okay? It gave her the fucking stones to be this outwardly affectionate with Steve. In public, no less. It's like, no, not happening. Hashtag
the problem
not my
with
Peggy.
Yes.
The problem with like alternate reality stuff is that even if something is the same until a change that causes the branch, you still need justification for any changes the character would go through. So it's like the problem, like we were talking about with Hank. It's like, yeah, Hope joined Shield, and that's a change, but it's like nothing happened to Hank that would justify him starting to murder innocent people. So it's like you still need to justify characters doing things. You can't just ignore that and say, oh, well, you see, this one little thing, they took a different step than they did originally, like on their path to McDonald's, so this caused them to murder people later on. Like, you can't do that.
yeah, you can't even use the argument of the super soldier serum gave her more confidence because, a newsflash, Peggy in the movie was extremely confident. And the reason why she was extremely confident is because she was a well-respected member of the military, and the fact that this show is trying to say that she was never respected and that her opinion never mattered is complete fucking horseshit. You cannot have this payoff because it does not make sense with what we are shown in TFA. Like, you can't do... You are making shit up. You can't do that. No.
So, yeah.
Alternate reality.
Yeah. Yeah, and with all that, Shandy's argument is invalid. Thank you, CV.
Sweet. Even though, you know, he's not this buff, huge guy, she still fancies him because he's the only person in the room that respected her before she had the serum.
What?
He's cutting out.
Yeah, Shandy is cutting out because of how loud he's yelling. But
Steve isn't. Peggy doesn't like Steve because he's the only person that respected her. Peggy likes Steve because he's principled, because he has morals, because he's a good person. He isn't a bully. He isn't a narcissist like any of the other men that she's met in her life so far. He's a genuinely nice guy with very strong principles and motivations and a desire to find someone who's just perfect for him, which is why the dancing conversation is so important. Steve is a character that has been trampled on by everyone in his life, mostly women. So he thought, okay, you know what? I'm not going to practice dancing. I'll be bad at it. That's fine. Instead, I will focus my time and my energy into finding the perfect dance partner. Someone who won't expect me to keep up with them, but someone who will instead just go with the flow with me. That is why Peggy is interested in Steve, and then when she finds out just how courageous and self-sacrificing he is as an individual, she starts to like him more and more and more. Their relationship isn't formed at the start of this story. It culminates through fucking months and possibly years of conflict. You know, the subtle things from Peggy smiling to everything that he says to Steve having a picture of her in his compass, and it's like, fuck, no, stop it.
It's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep, bro.
Eat this shit up so easily. It's like you're sitting there with a fucking tub of ice cream, except it's fucking... crikey, god
My dude,
damn.
it is fiction. It is not real. It's not that deep.
Do you want to know what's real? My fucking galaxy impregnating man meat, and I will stick it down your throat if you make that argument one more time.
Oh shit. Okay. So that's what
I will
Dominic
turn
came
you into a fucking
Calm
Loki
down.
variant, my dude.
Oh my. Okay.
You need to calm down, bro.
I am calm.
Yeah,
Dom,
clearly.
chill pill.
No, yeah, very
Relax.
Dom came
It
back.
is fiction.
Dom came back as
It's
if
not
Shandy was
the
saying
end of
that.
the world.
Yeah, Dom came back and the first thing he heard
Wow.
is yeah. So I came back at an interesting time. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Apologies if that's the only thing you hear when you come back, but it should be interesting to catch back up.
The only person in the room that respected her before she had the serum, and they're kind of kindred spirits in that way. It's very lovely, and I also liked that he didn't die in the train sequence. I
also like that he
and
didn't.
unearned.
Okay. What?
That felt cheap and unearned, I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, just...
I didn't like that he didn't die. I would prefer if he died, to be honest.
Yeah.
I hope he died to make this character feel pain, because she's so shit.
Oh, that scene reminds me of another thing. This episode made Bucky an incompetent moron.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think DB's the one who pointed it out in chat. They just turned him into Fish Pun, the character. It's like,
Pretty much. And it's like, no, Bucky was actually a pretty great soldier in the first Avenger. It's real nice. I like Bucky in that film.
He's an inspiration to Cap, but
Yeah.
I guess not.
No.
He was just as competent as Cap while only being a regular human being.
Yeah. Bucky was awesome in the first Avenger. I need to rewatch that film. I hope it holds up.
I watched segments of it yesterday in prep for this. The character stuff is so good. The conversations between Erskine and Steve are awesome. They are genuinely some of the most touching moments in the MCU, even compared to the Guardians films. It is great stuff. Genuinely awesome material.
I remember Erskine being really great in that film. That conversation he has, I think he like gives him some booze and they're talking over and it's like, why they chose Steve for it instead of choosing, like a better soldier. I think that's one of the best dialogues in the entire MCU, honestly.
Yeah. Easily up there.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that we used the first Avenger as a springboard, but it adheres too closely to that movie. And then ironically, the places where it does deviate, I think are just like a bit nonsensical. The Allies get the Tesseract within the first 10 minutes of the special, and they hold on to it until the very end. And in the original movie, the fact that Red Skull has the Tesseract is kind of like the entire point of the conflict.
Yeah.
Will change the war.
This will change the world.
The fact that he has this, unlimited new state-of-the-art, like bleeding-edge technology that the Allies...
Yeah, it's pretty much infinite source of energy that he's using to create weapons that are going to destroy the Allies, and then also, once the war is over, Hydra's going to be pretty much unstoppable. So
it's also what allowed Hydra to veer off from the Nazis in general.
Yeah.
They were capable of basically creating their own unstoppable fighting force. They didn't need Hitler's support anymore at that point.
Exactly.
Their technology was just that powerful.
Yeah.
Don't have means he can wipe them out in a matter of days. And in this, he loses the Tesseract early on. The Allies get the Tesseract, and rather than the Allies using the Tesseract for the same destructive capabilities that they would use,
well, the thing is, firstly, kind of strange that Howard just knows how to use the Tesseract properly, considering he spent decades with it and just couldn't. But it's also interesting to think that he just creates this ironmonger and uses the Tesseract itself to power it instead of remnants of energy from the Tesseract like Hydra was doing. So he's just using the entire thing and doesn't bother to do anything else. So yeah, he's right on this point. It's just, yeah. It's something I hate that thing. That what they do with the Tesseract and Howard in this episode.
The Hydra would use, which would have been interesting. They just turn it into an Iron Man suit, which is cool. Obviously, it's still better than anything the Allies have, but it seems like a bit singular in vision to just create something for Steve Rogers when Red Skull was arming everyone to the teeth with laser guns and laser tanks and whatnot.
To start to show the clip, but thanks. I'm gonna pause for copyright, but I agree with this point.
Wouldn't it have been more interesting if Peggy had won the Tesseract in the first 10 minutes, and then the Colonel, who was being a massive dick to her at the start, he should have got his hands on the Tesseract and been like, let's do what the Red Skull's doing, and then she's got to stop him instead.
Wait, why would she stop him? Why would she stop him?
She's working for them. What?
Why would she stop the person in charge of the military arming his own soldiers? That's... What?
I'm sensing a bit of an anti-government agenda here, and I'm not liking it.
Well, it's just anti-gun, pretty much, but it's like, you need guns to win a war.
The only way you can make this work is if you do something similar to Fury in the Avengers. But that's not going to be done in 20 minutes.
I'm pretty certain that even Fury had a very good reason for why he was doing what he was doing, and he even states it.
Yeah, he says it's because they were when Thor came to Earth, they realized that they were massively outgunned, so they needed to even the playing field with aliens. So that's why they were researching Hydra technology, because they needed the same kind of technology.
I agree, his reason's good, but they still opposed it, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
They opposed it because, firstly, they were lying to all of them, and secondly,
well, they were also creating a warhead, right? They were creating a nuke.
But that's kind of my point. That's how you would have to do it.
Yeah, you'd have to do to the extent where it's pretty, it's a pretty massive weapon that's gonna hurt the entire world if in the wrong hands, and you just shouldn't exist.
Precisely, that's what I think should have been done.
Yeah, and obviously, like you said, you can't flesh that out in a 20-minute episode that well. If you actually want that to be the conflict, so.
Red Skull's doing, and then she's got to stop him instead. right from the off, I was worried about this episode when we got the extended narration from Jeffrey Wright as the Watcher. Now, Jeffrey Wright as the Watcher, awesome pick, awesome casting, and he sounds magnificent.
I don't.
He's got a very good voice.
I don't care either way. He's in like 2 minutes of every episode, and he narrates some bits where I'm like, okay, I didn't need narration for this, but thanks. So, I don't care.
Yeah.
He's got a good
they're
voice, I just
wasting
don't
him.
care. Yeah, pretty much.
And I get that you have to explain that, you know, these are all
If it was John Hamm, at least, that would have been cool. I'd like John Hamm.
Yes.
Awesome pick, awesome casting, and he sounds magnificent. And I get that you have to explain that, you know, these are all alternate dimensions, this isn't part of the main canon, don't worry, we're not altering time, I get all that.
It's a prism.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for copyright. But this clip was completely unnecessary, but alright.
This possibility.
But then, to then continue the narration once we get to the 1940s, and then to explain to us the exact moment, the exact splinter in time that caused this story, I just thought was way too much. Like, you're explaining everything and giving over your best hand in the first 2 minutes.
There.
I don't see how this is too much. Like, I know I'd prefer if it wasn't there, but like just the narration as a whole, I don't like it. But I don't think it's too much to say this is when the timeline changed, because it's pretty much pointing out what everyone knows. It's not like giving your best hand away or whatever you call it, because you need to show the inciting incident. And it's just, yeah, this is the inciting incident. This is the thing that's different from the first Avenger. So
I think as well, for the first episode, it makes sense to kind of hold your hand a bit more.
Try to explain it more for the audience that may have a harder time understanding how these alternate timelines work. I agree, it could be good, but the issue is the episode is so shit that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Because like clearly people aren't understanding the rules of what if when you look at like people arguing with you on Twitter, like, oh yeah, this is an alternate universe. You know, whatever, anything can happen, whatever.
People are just morons in general. So my best piece of advice is ignore them. Just carry on with your life.
I'd support that. Yeah.
That's the moment that created a new universe.
Also,
Show us
also, hold on, just mild piece of annoyance, but inciting incident doesn't make sense, because in the original First Avenger, Peggy was only offered the opportunity of viewing the experiment after Steve disrobed and was strapped into the machine, not before. But so the actual like event that became What If isn't actually Peggy being asked if she would like to leave. The actual What If issue is Erskine deciding to not ask Steve to disrobe first. That's when this became a new reality. So, really a minor change, but still not what he's saying. So, the Watcher's a fucking liar.
Hey, he's gonna show up in Eternals, right? I think the Eternals is about the Watcher and whatever. So, it's gonna be fun.
No idea.
Yeah, I think he showed up in the trailer pretty much. The Watcher controls the Eternals and what they should and shouldn't interfere with.
I don't think that was the Watcher. That was what's his name? It's a Celestial begin with E.
Eternals Watcher.
Oh, he might be in the film, but be surprised.
Let me see. I'm pretty
What's
sure
the Eternals
it's the Watcher though.
He's in Lego Marvel Superheroes too.
A similar guy who's in Guardians of the Galaxy briefly is like a cameo. Or something.
Those are, yeah. I forgot. No, those are the Watchers, right? I think they're the same name. They're just not them.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah,
that's
what Stanley was talking to.
Yeah. I mean, there was a clip in the first Guardians of, you know, when they first see like what the Power Stone can do.
Yeah,
that as well. Yeah, those are Celestials. Yeah,
that thing. Yeah.
No, where's a Celestial head as well. But for fuck's sake, what's his name? Let me find out. It begins with E. He's in Lego Marvel Superheroes too. I'm not bugging.
Actually, that's a bit of a weird question. If the head of the Celestial is dead and still like decomposing, then where's the rest of the body?
Wait, what?
Is it ECUM?
Nowhere is a head of a dead Celestial that's decomposing. Where's the rest of it?
Good question.
Wish I knew.
Yeah. Okay.
Where did it go? Surely you'd be able to find something that big.
Yeah, there's something about the
Well,
Watcher.
probably was
or
destroyed
Watchers.
or some shit. Like, you could argue that. Okay, who is the Celestial? Blah, 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 blah.
I think it's ESON is his name. Yes, it is. ESON the Searcher.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alright.
You definitely see him in the trailer. I know that face.
Yeah, Eson the Searcher. Oh, and that's the same one from Guardians, apparently.
That's what I was thinking of, yeah.
And he was the first boss in Lego Marvel Super Heroes 2.
Was he? I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Though, to be fair, you know how I don't... Oh, yeah. I remember now, yeah. But, you know, we here on the stream don't really love Guardians shoes, so... Yeah.
I think the
Not Guardians
Watchers...
shoe, like a Marvel Spirit shoe. We love Guardians shoe. Yeah, we do love Guardians shoe.
Let me check what film they're going to be in. I think they're
Guardians 2, don't you mean the best movie in the MCU, objectively?
I do, yes. Alright.
New universe.
Just show us the moment where Peggy makes a different decision and let the fans on the internet, you know, come up with all these think pieces saying that it's a deviation.
No, don't let them do that.
No, yeah.
Don't let them do that, because there's going to be some fucking random dipshit MCU writer who's going to find what these fan theories say, and they're going to be like, you know what? That sounds like a good idea without giving it a second thought, and then they're going to turn that into a fucking script for something. Don't let them do that. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, don't give this power to the fans should just dictate what makes sense in the show or not, and then because like you said, the writers are gonna be like, yeah, I agree with this person, like Patty Jenkins did with the Wonder Woman 84.
Or, it's a deviation from this moment. I really don't think you need to explain that. Just saying that Peggy Carter's going to become Captain America is enough of a premise for us to know this is an alternate reality. I thought the whole diverging point.
Do you know how you make this what if plausible? You allow women to join the army. That's it.
Yeah.
And then you say that Captain Carter was a contender for the Super Soldier Serum, and she was ultimately picked over Steve, just because she shared a lot of the same qualities as him, but she was a physically more fit candidate, so they chose her out of a safety precaution.
Yeah.
You can explain that in under 60 seconds.
Yeah.
You didn't need to do all of this bullshit. You could just say that the what if changed when they fucking wrote the law that said that only men can go to war. You make that the inciting incident, and instead you just say, oh, women are allowed to go to war too. It's alternative reality. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You don't need to limit yourself to this degree.
Yeah, you like the only change that would have been is like, what if the laws were changed, like, but then you could still have the same name. What if, you know, Agent Carter became Captain America, and it still makes the same sense. It still makes you know, I guess more sense at this point. But yeah, that would have worked.
The whole diverging point where she decides to not go up to the booth but to stay there was really weak. I get it's supposed to be like, ooh, the butterfly effect, like this tiny little decision caused all of that. Whoa.
Yeah, it
doesn't make sense.
The Nexus event is. Yeah, it's just the Nexus event. You change one thing and then you see the consequences of that. It's just basically you're changing the cause and let's see what the different effects are. The issue is how the writers for this show don't understand cause and effect.
Nope.
Oh, but I don't know. I just think it could have been stronger. You could have left more to the audience's imagination.
Agent Carter, don't you
Okay, just pausing for
think you
copyright.
would be more comfortable in the booth?
There. That's the moment
Okay.
that created a new universe.
I think the biggest missed opportunity is that it kind of touches upon like what it means to be a woman in the 1940s and be a super soldier and be leading the front lines, but it only touches on it in a very wafer-thin, shallow way. It doesn't ask any questions about like the impact it would have on women at the time, the impact it would have on like like children to have this.
Yeah, which is something that they could have done, like they used Captain America in his own film as like a USO, I think that's what they call it here. Just being like a propaganda piece for the Americans. They could have done the same thing with Peggy, and then you would have women wanting to sign up for the war or whatever, and then like you have more women, or you have women joining the war efforts as well, to see if they could help in terms of trying to become soldiers as well and try to win the war. He could have done that, just see the effects. They don't touch upon that. I agree with Full Fat on this point.
It's like feminine, heroic figure. This is a time period where Rosie the Riveter is an icon. You don't think that would be like replacing those posters, like actual Captain Carter storming the front lines? It doesn't ask anything about what it means to be British. Back off!
What? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna pause for copyright, but yeah, this is, you do that every Friday, right, Joe?
Generally I do, to be honest, by this point.
Yeah.
I don't get the point that he's making yet. Like, that he wants her to
simply
be more
because
British?
she's British, it means that more British people would have been affected by a super soldier that's British. That sounds...
That's not how that works.
Yeah, like I understand the women thing, like he mentioned, like there will be a different impact on women, considering that women weren't allowed to fight in wars or whatever. But this is just, I don't get it.
No.
The best Captain America stories ask the questions: what does America represent? What is the distance between government and state? What does Cap represent? Does he fall under one or both of those? And what does it mean to be Captain America? What does it mean to carry the shield and carry that flag?
She's not Captain America, she's Captain Carter.
I think that's what he means, like, because you're going to explore a different version, you're going to see what the deviations are, and by that you're going to explore what being Captain America means in by comparison.
Yeah, but the thing is that doesn't work here, because she's not Captain America, she's Captain Carter.
The thing is, what I think he means is that because the relationship between Captain Carter and the government would be different from what Cap's was in the first Avenger, you could explore those differences and figure out why they're different and see what being Captain America means, because she is not Captain America. So let's see what it means in terms of comparing these two. I think that's what he means.
Right.
Which is interesting point.
Of those, and what does it mean to be Captain America? What does it mean to carry the shield and carry that flag, not just in his own nation but across the world? So I feel like if you're gonna give Peggy Carter the super soldier serum and put the Union Jack,
Union Jacks?
Yes, oh, Doctor.
Why did you cut this? Wow, this is so much padding. I hate this so much. It's like, oh, no, I mentioned the Union Jack. Let's put a clip from the Idiot's Lantern. Yeah, that's a good choice. Oh.
It's Doctor Who. It stays.
Fuck off, Jeb. You hate this episode as much as I do.
It has good moments.
It has good moments, I agree.
This is one of
Is
them.
the Union Jack only when it's flown at sea?
Even if you're not going to call her Captain Britain, so that you can set up this future franchise character, the actual Captain Britain, and it doesn't make sense in terms of this story not to call her Captain Britain, but whatever, they would still...
Not really. She asks... It's because she can't be like a general or soldier or whatever, and she's like, "Okay, call me captain." I think that's fine.
Okay.
I
need to deal with the bullshit that people go, "Oh, she should be called Captain Britain." Captain America is the title for something US based. You being from Britain doesn't change that.
And Captain America, that's his name because he was supposed to be a propaganda piece for America. She's not a propaganda piece, she's just a soldier. So you could call her Captain Britain if the British government got her to try to be propaganda for people, for their army, but they didn't, so yeah.
Exactly.
Well, then there's no point in putting the Union Jack on her shield then, because she's not
Well,
really representing
yeah,
Britain. She's representing Carter.
yeah, which is the British. I guess he did that because her USO uniform that she was going to use, but for some reason she didn't. Like they didn't use her as a USO. It had the Union Jack on it. I suppose that's why Howard did it, because he cares about the aesthetics. But again, Howard just doing that is strange.
Still be a massive impact from this character during like wartime Britain. I'm not asking for it to be jingoistic, but it would be cool for it to reflect Britain in the same way Cap is meant to reflect America. It can be critical and offer insight into the culture of both the period and today. We could have explored.
Expect Disney to be this fucking smart? Really?
Yeah, and especially like on a 30-minute episode, like they wouldn't have time to explore all that. Which again is why I think each what if actually it's actually like a good premise. You could like do an entire film about it. Like there's a lot you can explore, like an entire season if you want. Like there's quite a lot to explore in terms of some what ifs. Like even the episode 3 one with the Avengers dying, like you could explore that story a lot. Even though, you know, Captain Marvel showing up at the end pretty much means that Loki is gonna lose, so yeah.
Keep calm and carry on. The stiff upper lip. Great British spirit. The notion of bottling up emotions and keeping up appearances to your neighbour. Maybe Peggy could have found Steve's death hard to process because as a woman in the 1940s, she's used to saying little and keeping her head held high.
But you praised her relationship with Steve earlier on in this video, which is the complete opposite of what you're talking about, how she acts in that relationship in this episode.
True. I completely forgot that I had that aneurysm earlier. So, yeah, he's simultaneously praising her for being outwardly emotional, but then criticizing her for being outwardly emotional because it's not brash.
It's annoying how bad What If is, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did the idea better.
Well, Legion also did the idea better, Joe. Don't you dare.
Yes.
So did Spider-Verse.
You agree Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s framework is 10 out of 10 stuff.
Oh yeah, the framework is the best arc in every the entirety of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's really phenomenal, and it actually does kind of like the same type of thing as What If. It's pretty much one change in each character's perspective, and it creates this whole new world, and it's just one change. It's really cool. I'm not being too specific because I don't want to spoil for people who haven't watched, but yeah, it's phenomenal.
The issue with doing the Captain Carter movie is that the actress is not as tall as she's depicted in the animation. Mm-hmm. So they need to CGI her body literally onto the body of a man in order to make it work.
Or recast Haley Atwell, which I don't think they would because people really like her. So
yeah, which quite frankly would be acceptable in my eyes because unless you find a woman of that specific build, which you probably could. I mean, there are quite a few tall, well-built females out there. Mm-hmm. But if not, then I'm kind of fine with her being photoshopped onto a dude's body and just given artificial breasts or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that wouldn't have necessarily worked, but my point is that What If doesn't go there at all. It's kind of ironic in an episode that's all about a woman getting to do everything that a man can do and like gets to prove her worth as his equal, doesn't get the superhero moniker that he got. Steve got to be Captain America, but Peggy doesn't get to be Captain Britain. Sorry, we've got to reserve that for another character, so you just have to be Captain Carter. Let's just go with it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't make sense that she isn't Captain America because she's a US-based soldier. She's working with the US government. It makes no sense why she's not Captain America.
Yeah, she should represent.
Even if she's not an American citizen.
Either she represents the American, either she represents America's effort, or she just is herself. And they're trying to go for neither and have her be, they're kind of doing it. She's herself, but she's also representing Britain for some reason. Why? It's strange.
But the issue is that she would still most likely be associated as Captain America because they would use her as a propaganda piece for American genetic superiority, at least in like that specific field.
Yep.
She would still be a propaganda piece for the US Army, whether she's a US citizen or not, because they used US based technology and science to create her. It's like no.
Yeah.
Genius.
Howard Stark made me chuckle a few times, and Dominic Cooper's more exaggerated cartoon delivery in this was perfect. I really could have done with more of this Captain Carter, Steve Hydra Stomper.
Why is he not wearing a
Howard...
helmet? Why is he not wearing body armor? Why is he not protecting himself in the slightest with a handgun of some sort?
Because he's only there to press a button, Shandy. He's not necessary.
Why aren't they...
dynamic. Also, you just got to hand it to a guy who goes into battle in a waistcoat and dress shoes.
Oh, he mentioned... Okay,
Thank you for
are you
pointing it out,
retarded?
but not realizing why it's an issue.
Yeah, okay. Just gotta hand it... No, I just gotta criticize him for being a fucking moron, Fufat. Dear lord.
He is really weird in this one.
Yeah.
he kind of sounds like Robin in the 60s Batman show. Everything he says is kind of like punny or kitsch. And it's fun for the special.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Something about this smells as fresh as 3-day-old fish.
If Steve isn't Captain America, then Bucky doesn't really have a place in the story anyway. So I kind of...
What? No, he's a soldier. He's... What? Are you...
He literally got kidnapped and tortured. Do we... Okay.
What? Wow. Okay. You really don't know what you're talking about, Fat. You really just never watched the first Avenger. Okay.
I mean, in the first Avenger, they kidnapped and experimented on Bucky before they found out who Steve Rogers was.
Yeah.
It's like, they had no idea what his relationship was with Bucky, as far as I'm aware.
They didn't know.
You know what's hilarious? Imagine saying he has no place, but he's why Cap becomes a capitalist for the army to allow for Peggy to become a super soldier.
Yeah, he's like one of the main reasons why Steve wants to join the army, but I guess he doesn't have place in the story. Wow. Okay, fuck off.
Kind of like that rather than trying to shoehorn him in too much, he has a bit of a plot role and then he says a couple of goofy lines. That was funny to me.
Talk about being a few sardines short of a can.
The Hydra Stomper cat team up is awesome.
Fish
and I could totally do with more of that.
Kind of funny.
I really wish that she'd have actually just stayed in the 1940s, because I feel like the whole woman out of time thing...
Ma'am, please put down the sword.
You know, we've done
Why
it with Steve.
is Nick Fury and Hawkeye the only two people in that...
Yeah, I watched Avengers 2012 this weekend. Gotta say, there was more than 2 people there.
And we waited years to see Peggy and Steve reunited, so I feel like to kind of do that, like, you know, to go through the motions of her again, but the inverse, and have her be pining after old man Steve and thinking about what could have been.
You don't even know that's what they're gonna do. You have no idea that's what they're gonna do. You're just going off
I fucking hope that's not what they're gonna do.
Okay. It's just strange. Okay, he assumes they're gonna do the exact same thing, but why? Just based on nothing. Like, I don't understand this point.
Seems a bit tired.
You're going to be okay.
Of course.
Just pause for copyright.
I think it perhaps would have been more interesting if she'd have stayed in the 1940s and we would have gone off, like, you know, if there's a What If Season 2 and we go back to Captain Carter,
already.
it would be cool to see how her living through the 40s, 50s, 60s with Steve, maybe creating S.H.I.E.L.D. together, how that would kind of play out. And you know, of course, like, if Steve's going to continue to be the Hydra Stomper, maybe he'd become more of a hero in, you know, 50s, 60s America alongside Captain Carter, so that would be an interesting relationship to see continue. But instead, they seem to have opted for, again, you know, like what I was saying before, it's all the beats of the
Considering they have the Hydra Stomper, how do you think that the Cold War would go? Because you mentioned that, I'm thinking, 'cause, you know, like they have the Tesseract and they have the Hydra Stomper. I think America would like crush Russia during the Civil War. There's no chance Russia would be like anywhere near as strong as America was. Okay, I'm glad we're all in agreement. Okay.
And then after they'll get super advanced Mega Tony Stark.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder how the rest of the universe would pay out, because like when you think about, like, they still have the Tesseract and they know already how to work with it. So like Iron Man, the arc about Iron Man 1 would be completely different, because I don't think Howard Stark would just create these weapons that are being sold. it's shown in Iron Man 1. I think he tried to look like for because that's just a source of clean renewable energy. So I think Tony Stark's entire thing about that would not be the same and would not work the same. So it's interesting to think about. Then again, somehow Russia has perfect super soldiers in the MCU thanks to Black Widow. Yeah, but they only have one, because why would they create more super soldiers than just Red Guardian? They don't need any more than one.
First Avenger, right up until where it links with Avengers, and Hawkeye and Sam Jackson appear. Hawkeye and Sam Jackson. Is it Sam Jackson voicing it? Avenger, right up until where it links with Avengers. And Hawkeye and Sam Jackson appear. Hawkeye and Sam Jackson. Is it Sam Jackson voicing it?
Okay, you could have just. Do you need to show it?
Yeah. It is Sam Jackson voicing it, so I guess you could say that's accurate.
Yeah,
you know what? All the voices were pretty spot on.
Necessary.
So even if there were a few fakes in there,
no, they were not spot on. I don't like the voice acting at all. I think episode 1 has better voice acting than 2 and 3, but it's still shit.
I found 1 the worst.
I really hated Natasha's voice.
3 was the best in terms of voice acting, just because Samuel Jackson already has experience being a voice actor.
I mean, Clark Gregg also has with Coulson. So.
Yeah, I found 3 the best.
I could understand that. I really hated Natasha's voice though. But yeah.
Tom Hiddleston was actually a pretty good Loki in episode 3.
Yeah, his voice was good. Yeah. He's just a good actor. Episodes 1 and 2. Well, I think all 3 are bad, but 1 and 2 they're really terrible voice acting wise.
It did rumble me. If you only wanted some good smashy smash for 30 minutes and you think I'm being too harsh on this episode, then that's totally fair.
No, you're not being harsh enough.
Yeah, you're not nearly being harsh enough. I understand why you're showing clips of Black Widow and Falcon Winter Soldier as well, but... Okay.
Being bombarded with so much MCU this year, you can't just be settling on average. You really can't.
You can't be setting it... Oh, so he thinks he's being too harsh simply because we have too many... Okay, oh my god, this is one of the most retarded points I've ever heard. So, because there's so much stuff about from the MCU that has come out this year, he is being harsher than he would be on What If Episode 1. How does that make any fucking sense?
Is that the point he's making?
Yes. I can rewind so you can hear it.
Good smashy smash for 30 minutes and you think I'm being too harsh on this episode, then that's totally fair. But I just feel that when we're being bombarded with so much MCU this year, you can't just be settling on average. You really can't.
Can we press pause? Minor gripe. What's the name of the ginger bitch from Falcon and Winter Soldier? That's the super soldier.
Carly Morgan.
Why is she wearing ripped jeans?
Good question.
Shut up.
Yeah. Why would soldiers wear soldier armor? That's dumb.
Actually no. That's bringing on an even bigger point. Why would anyone wear ripped jeans? What is the fucking point in ripped jeans? I don't understand why you would pay extra money to have someone fucking take a knife and just put a hole in your perfectly good pair of jeans. Like, why the fuck would you do that and then pay more for it? You're paying more for half the clothing.
Well, I've definitely talked to people who've ripped their own jeans simply because the clothes are getting too old, their jeans were getting too old, and they just wanted some different clothes and they did it. But paying more money, I think it's weird. But I'm fine with it. I don't think it looks bad or anything. I just
I have ripped shorts.
See, but Jab, you also have white jeans, so you can't really.
I don't have
you
white
do have
jeans.
So yeah, Jab uses white jeans. We all know that. Yeah, Jeb, shut the fuck. No, you're deaf. You use white jeans. So anyway, this video.
We've had more MCU than ever before this year.
No.
But somehow, I feel like it feels like it's at its most shallow.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with another point of his. Yeah, we have the most MCU we've ever had. We had, I think this year we're gonna have 4 films and 5 TV shows by the end. Is it?
Yeah, but
Black
guys,
Widow,
it's
Eternal,
not formulaic or shallow because it's very
films.
different from each other.
Oh yes, of course. But yeah, it's the most shallow. It's just it's doing stuff to capitalize on making more money. It's not really trying to tell.
I also think Disney are panicking because of fucking Corona. They're oh no, we had to delay so much stuff last year. We need to crank out everything out right now as quickly as possible, because I don't think we had any MCU content last year, did we?
No, last year we had, other than the last season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., if you want to count that as canon. But other than that, no.
I'm not. I'm pretty confident in excluding Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't really think that's part of the MCU anymore.
Yeah, me neither. Which actually helps out Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is great, and I don't want it to be in this retarded-ass universe.
Despite it taking place in the same retarded... It's weird.
Yeah.
It reminds me of another property that came out really recently that might suffer from the same issue, if you want to call it an issue, but I'm not going to say what it is because I like being vague.
I know what you mean, Shandy, don't worry.
Yeah, Marcus knows what I mean.
WandaVision, Loki, Falcon Winter Soldier, Black Widow. We've now got What If. We've still got Eternals, Shang-Chi, Spider-Man,
and Hawkeye.
Yeah. And is Miss Marvel this year as well? Like,
oh, I don't think the Marvel. Is it?
I don't think it is.
Hold up, it can't be.
I think it.
Miss Marvel.
It's 2021.
We have 4
it says
months of the year left. When are they going to fit all of this stuff?
Well, Hawkeye I know is going to release close to No Way Home because
November.
it's going to tie into it. But
no, it is meant to be this year. Shit. Oh
but
my
Miss
God.
Marvel, I know it's this year, but I don't know when. Miss Marvel is coming late 2021. Wow, so we still have 2. So it's 6 TV shows. 6 TV shows and 4 films from Marvel this year. Dear Lord.
Why?
Don't you love your Marvel content, Shandy?
No, not at all. I fucking hate all of it so far.
And Hawkeye's meant to tie it to No Way Home.
Yeah, that's what they said. So it's going to be released like in December because of that. Sure, tie into it.
The only piece of Marvel content that I've consumed that's came out this year besides What If is Black Widow, and it's easily the worst thing I've seen from the MCU like so far. I need
so
to
you
watch
haven't watched Loki
because I'm planning on making a video on why it's shit.
Right.
But
yeah, because Loki is easily the worst thing in the MCU. But I hate other things more. Simply like because Loki is superficially, I like some stuff. Like I like the acting, the music is phenomenal, the visuals are okay. So yeah.
Okay, so Hawkeye's late November. So unless Miss Marvel's in October, it's going to get delayed.
Well, I think they said they're not going to delay though. Pretty sure Miss Marvel release. I'm pretty sure they said it wasn't going to be delayed.
Unless
yeah, even in the Marvel, the official Marvel website, it says 2021.
Unless they do Miss Marvel end of December into 2022.
Also, you gotta love how Disney release episodes of their show weekly instead of all at once like Netflix does. You gotta make sure that people keep paying their Disney Plus subscriptions, man.
Yes.
You have to keep every penny.
It's why every TV show begins like a week or 2 after the last TV show ended, because you can't keep any like a long amount of time without content, because otherwise people won't pay their subscription. So you gotta keep bumping out the content.
I don't know how many this is, but it's way too many. Once one show finishes, another show starts up almost immediately after. There's no cultural resonance with any of this stuff because nothing is permeating long enough. It just gets swept off because there's a brand new spanking thing on Disney Plus. I also worry the more Star Wars shows start ramping up, because not only are we going to get that same micro problem within Star Wars, but we're also going to get
micro problem. No,
that's a pretty big.
This is a fucking big boy problem.
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna start
size.
because I think it's the same thing with Mando season 2. Like, cause like season 1, I could tell that they were like trying to tell a story, even though it was shit. Season 2 was just like pandering for like nostalgia baiting. So I think everything after Mando season 2 is gonna be the same thing. So I just
also full fat. I have to say, if you want them to stop doing this, and if you don't like the idea of them just tossing out so much content all at once, do you know what you do? You don't watch it. You don't tell people that you liked some of the stuff you saw. You just say, I don't like the business practice that they're currently performing. I don't like the fact that I'm getting so much shitty content all at once. I am not going to be watching any more of it, and I encourage all of you to stop watching all of it. Tell Disney, we don't care about the quantity, we want higher quality. That's what you do. You don't just mindlessly continue to consume schlock like you're eating a massive tub of cranberry crap ice cream.
Problem within Star Wars, but we're also going to get it with Star Wars and Marvel shows competing on Disney+. And you know what? It would be worth it if every time we got something that was absolute standout, maybe. But if you're chucking out this many projects at once, like, you're going to get spread too thin, and you're going to end up with things like What If, which, you know, like the first episode, it's fine.
No, it's not.
But it's not.
No.
It's not anything to write home about. It's not like an essential MCU story. The idea of Peggy Carter...
Neither's Loki, neither's Black Widow.
I mean, I'd rather say any.
WandaVision,
Well, the thing
neither is Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Well, that's the thing, because I think we've mentioned this on other ECUMs, but it's like each of these shows, they don't feel like they're actually telling a story. Like, we end up at the same place we were before the show began, right? Like, we had Falcon and Winter Soldier. The end game ends with him taking up the shield. The show begins with him not taking up the shield, and it ends with him taking up the shield. What did really change? Like, they introduced John Walker, I suppose. That's it, pretty much. It's the same thing with Loki. It's like, oh, we think there is free will. Oh, there isn't free will. Oh, there actually is free will now, and there is multiverse, which we assumed already there was. So it's just. And what is the point of these shows? Most of them are pretty worthless. Then we have like Black Widow, which is set during the events of Civil War, and it's like this whole thing happened, but obviously it's not going to change anything about these other films other than Natasha's character being destroyed. So it's like nothing changes really the status quo. I suppose No Way Home will, but you know, it's pretty worthless.
I want to jet on what you said about Loki, because Loki's the worst offender. We literally don't change. Because we still don't have free will, because the TVA could decide whether to remove it.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we still don't have free will now. There just are multiple universes controlled by different kings, which is fun.
We're back at square one, but worse.
Yeah.
A Captain America is awesome. And I would happily read like a 6-issue limited run on it in the comics. But a 35-minute What If episode that is just the same movie you've seen before doesn't quite cut the mustard for me. I would be interested in seeing more from this character, and she's rumoured to be in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Now, I think that would be great. I think if you crossed her over into live action, like Hayley Atwell's Peggy Carter has a lot more life in her, I think, in the MCU than...
What?
More leaks are coming out about Captain Carter appearing in Doctor Strange 2.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that's what I think they're gonna do. They're genuinely just using What If to set up characters to show up in future films and be like, yo, this different version of this character is gonna show up there. I don't think they're ever gonna do like a Star-Lord T'Challa simply because Chadwick is dead. But the other characters, I think they're gonna do pretty much all of them.
I told them this.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I hate it. It's genuinely setting. This show only exists to set up characters for future nostalgia baiting. It's pretty insane how like Disney's just exploiting people, and people just like clap their hands at anything they give them.
Steve Rogers, I think we've tied off that story in a really neat, succinct way, and I think it would be weird to bring Chris Evans back. But a variant of Peggy Carter, I think there's plenty you could do there, because since 2011 she's pretty much been doing cameos anyway, or existing on TV. So you could bring her back into the main movie timeline in a really cool way by making her a super soldier. And also, I love that she got to wield like a sword at the end. That was great. You know,
why is it great? Okay. What makes it so great? She happens to be thrown near a sword that happens to be strong enough to cut the tentacles off this monster, which she doesn't do second time because the plot needs to happen. So how is this great? This is just, hey, she just had a sword. Isn't that cool? Oh, fuck off. Dear Lord.
Very Excalibur, and I think
fuck off. Jesus Christ.
Translate really, really well to live action.
No, why didn't she use the sword to cut the tentacles when she was being grabbed? Why did she fucking stick it inside the fucking ground? That's fucking absurdly dumb.
Why isn't she using the sword and the shield to cut tentacles? Because as we all know, the shield is very capable of cutting through material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Beyblade that shit.
Doctor Strange in the
Jesus,
multiverse.
look at how strong that sword is. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, Strike is say it's British, therefore King Arthur. That's a good point. Didn't think of that, Strike.
Madness. Sam Raimi. If anyone can make Captain Carter slap, it's going to be Sam Raimi.
No, he can't even make the main character in
I'm
his
so
own films.
glad he said that, because I have a very interesting video that I'm going to be responding to from Full Fat Video sometime in the future.
Yo,
it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Oh, nice plug there.
But no, Sam Raimi, I don't think he can make it work with Captain Carter. He can't even make it work with his own version of Spider-Man. He can't even make it work with his own version. Fuck, I forgot the name of the main character from Evil Dead. But yeah, him and Evil Dead 2, he's retarded. So yeah, I hate it. I don't think Sam Raimi is a good filmmaker. I'm sorry.
I think no. I think Sam Raimi is a really good filmmaker. It's just that the scripts that he's working with are absolute shit.
Then he should pick better projects.
He's a well, whether he picks better projects or not, I don't think that takes away from his ability as a filmmaker.
Well, I think he's a good actor director. I don't think he's good at directing in terms of like making a cohesive story, because a lot of times when a story is not that great and the paper directors change it quite a bit. Like if you look at Sicario, the script is very different from what the final version was, and that's because Denis Villeneuve actually changed quite a lot of the story to make it more cohesive, and it turned out that Sicario was all the better for it. So I'd say, like, if the scripts aren't that great, Sam Raimi could still find a way to make them better, but I don't think he does.
Yeah, but what I'm talking like is from a practical sense. Character, action, cinematography.
Oh yeah, I think he's good in terms of cinematography and actor director. He's not good with action, as we saw in Spider-Man 2, but yeah, I think he has a way of making it look cool, but not well.
I think he's good at framing action, but when it comes down to like characters using their abilities in a intelligent manner, I think he fails there. At least with Spider-Man 2. Well, actually, no. Both of the Spider-Man movies that I've seen so far.
3, I don't remember having that great choreography as well. I know it's better than 2.
Spider-Man 3 actually has pretty good choreography, at least for the first 40 minutes.
Right, because I remember SK checked it out at some point and said it was much better than Spider-Man 2, but
yeah, no, the initial Green Goblin fight is actually very good. He uses every single one of his abilities that he has on him, like, in a manner that makes sense.
Right.
Like, he opens up the fight by grabbing Peter, then he cuts him with his wrist blades, then when the wrist blades don't work, he starts throwing batarangs and starts using the sword, and it's like, good stuff.
Right. Yeah, so Spider-Man 3 is the best we've seen from Sam Raimi.
It's actually better choreography-wise. Sorry, it's actually better done in terms of choreography than Civil War is in like any of their fights. I'm just gonna put that out right there.
Yes.
Of course, this is just the first episode, and we're gonna get like more, strange, divergent points. Like the one I'm most interested in is Killmonger capturing.
Are you serious?
That's
no.
Really? Why is this
of all the ones?
Yeah.
Why? The one that interests you the most, so not fucking Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, fighting zombies.
Yeah, the zombies are the ones that seems like to be the most out there. Like, it's the only one I think, this could be interesting.
Or Ultron with the stones. Those are the two for me.
Yeah, those two. The problem I have with Ultron with the stones is that Ultron's already a broken villain, and then give him the stone is going to be even worse.
Fuck
I don't think it's going to work.
Keep making him broken. Make him more broken. Let's do it. I want to see it. If you want to be outlandish and stupid, then fucking break the ceiling, my dude. Go for it. I don't care.
Yeah, that's really strange to choose this one as the most interested in. By the way, I don't think we're gonna have time today, but I plan to cover another video of Phil Fats where he actually said that he loved episode 2 of What If. So, his standards aren't.
Shandy return? Question mark?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know. Depends if I'm awake.
One I think could go off in a really strange, interesting direction. And of course, there's other episodes that we don't really know anything about. So I do think a lot of the problems I have with this first episode will not necessarily be a problem with every episode going forward. You've got a really cool premise on your hands. There's so much potential you can do with these ideas. The first episode needs to be a banger. It's always a problem with anthology shows like Black Mirror. If the first episode isn't a banger, it puts you in a bad zone for the other episodes, even if they turn out to be good. And that was pretty...
I think it's kind of the opposite. When it's an anthology show, you're like, okay, so the first episode was shit, but the second episode's going to tell a completely different story, so I'm going to check that out. Like, wouldn't you agree that, like, if being an anthology actually helps that the episode wasn't that great? Because it's like, okay, maybe episode 2 will be better.
I'd be
well, I can see the argument being made that if you're not impressed with the quality of the first episode, then you aren't going to be as inclined to see further episodes.
Right, but that's like for any TV show, isn't it? Like if the first episode's pretty much broken, you're not going to want to check out the rest.
I think it's worse with anthologies because if you're not dealing with a cohesive story at that point, then it's more likely that you're going to have really short stories going forward. Why is that so difficult to say? Go ahead.
Well, I think it's the opposite. If it was me, I think it is pretty subjective to each person, but I think if it was for me, if I saw the first episode, it was better. Like, hey, if the second episode's telling a completely different story, I see this premise working better. I'm gonna, I think like the chance of it being better, I think is higher, at least in my eyes. I'd be like, yeah, I'd be more inclined to check it out. But
I'm the exact opposite, because after the first episode that I saw of What If, which was actually episode 2, my immediate reaction was, okay, so if this is this shit, then none of the other episodes are likely to be good.
And I understand with What If, considering it's because we know how terrible Phase 4 of Marvel is. When you have something that's that shit, it's like, okay, so it doesn't even, I won't even bother with the rest. I don't know. I think it's different because it's Marvel. Sorry, go on, Joe.
To give my view on it, the way I see Shandy's point, that's probably any show that's kind of loosely connected or not connected at all. If I were to use anthology, I look at Doctor Who serials where you could jump into any point and it'd be very different.
Mm-hmm.
And you could kind of pick and choose when. So if a story doesn't interest you, you go, okay, I want to go to this episode, and maybe this would be more interesting to me or better. Which I think.
Doctor Who's a pretty interesting example for me because the first episode that I got introduced to from someone who's trying to get me to watch Doctor Who is actually the one with those angel things, those statue things that like move.
Yeah,
Blink.
It's one of the best episodes of the show.
I dislike Blink. I couldn't get into it.
It's a weird episode to get you into Doctor Who because it's the least Doctor Who episode of that era, I'd say.
Yeah, that was the thing that confused me about it because it's like
there's barely any.
You were trying to get me into a show about this character that travels through time with companions, but you're showing me an episode where he's in it the least.
Yeah,
interesting choice.
I'd say Family of Blood or like Waters of Mars are probably better to introduce you, but yeah.
No, just watch Rose.
Rose. I meant other than Rose, but yeah, just watch Rose. It's the first episode of season 1 of the revival, and it actually does a great job character-wise. Plot-wise, it's meh, but the character stuff is really great.
And I'd say don't watch Water of Mars. Watch some more of Tennant stuff because
I'm not going to watch Doctor Who. Like,
we know you're cringe. We know you're cringe, Shandy. You don't need to remind us.
I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty based not watching this really stinky British show.
Hey, it has 5 great seasons. 4 great seasons and 1 good season. Well, season 10 is great. Season 10 is like as good as 2, I'd say.
I'll just keep watching What If. This show's amazing.
Oh yeah, What If is much better than Doctor Who.
I don't get why people go watch Water of Mars for people new to the show, because I'm like, that works so much better if you've watched a fair bit of Tennant's there already.
I'd say a good episode is The Impossible not The Impossible Astronaut, The Impossible Planet, that two-parter. I think that could be a good point to introduce people to the show. Considering it is very character-based, but also has a pretty interesting plot. And like I'd say that episode kind of encapsulates what Doctor Who is without going like as deep into the Doctor's character as Waters of Mars.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm going to use from now on.
Pretty much everything I loved about Captain Carter. I hope we see her again. In the meantime, allow me to reunite you with Peacemaker because I forgot to film a social plug this week. If you liked any of the...
Okay, so that was the video. I'm not going to watch this because this is too cringe for me. Like, dear Lord, look at his face.
There's an element of charm to it. I don't mind it.
Is there? Really?
Just a little bit. I could see people liking this type of thing.
Sure. But yeah, that was that. Now, have any of your thoughts changed about What If? I know these were very, very compelling arguments, so not sure.
I actually think he made me think it was worse.
How is that even possible? But yeah, I don't know. I still, mine hasn't changed. I still think it's really shit, as shit as I thought it was before. It's just, this was a really bad video. We were originally gonna cover the episode 2 video only, but I noticed that this video was also terrible, so we'll cover episode 2 at some other stream. Who knows how that'll go. But
what if it's worse for me now after we pointed out more issues?
That's fair. I hate the episode as much as I did before. Mine hasn't really changed. But yeah, Jeb, would you like to talk about good old Spectacular Spider-Man now?
Oh boy, yeah. So to probably give context, I heard Southpaw and I would say it was season 1 held, and everyone was thinking it. So I was like, okay, I'll check out at some point. I got bored today. My leg was hurting, and I was like, I want to watch Spider-Man. Let's watch Spectacular. First episode in, I was like, this is pretty bad. What's going on? Peter isn't a good character. So I was like, this can't be right. And I kept watching. And it got worse, and worse, and worse. And now I'm on episode 9, and no episode is 5 or above. The worst episode is the Rhino one, because Peter is generally a killer. He generally leads to people's deaths with no remorse. And this is meant to be the best Peter Parker.
I mean, I've never really been interested in Spectacular Spider-Man. I
don't watch it.
I've only seen one episode of the show on purpose, and then maybe 3 or 4 when they were showing up on Disney XD at some stage. I don't really care about Spectacular Spider-Man.
I'm going to break down a scene for you to explain why you shouldn't watch it. So, Peter lets Rhino charge into a building wall. Rhino falls from the building because of that. Peter tries to catch him, fails. Rhino lands, with police all around him. Spider-Man stands there for 27 seconds as police is getting killed by Rhino. Then he jumps into action. Then he lures Rhino to a civilian area and lets loads of people die as he's going. I'm scared if anyone gets hurt. This happens in 2 minutes. It's prolonged. And I'm sitting there watching it get worse. I'm like, oh my god, Peter, you're doing Man of Steel.
What a great Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Honestly,
but the same people that praise Spectacular Spider-Man hate the Amazing Spider-Man film, so interesting.
Whoever thinks Pete's a good character in it, come to me and I'll fucking sort you right out. No. Nearly once every episode, he lets a helicopter crash or something like that, where people die. He literally lets the lizard escape with people on a train, including his friend. The lizard wanted to eat people.
So, Jeb,
Speaking
are you
of
gonna...
eating, I think I might need breakfast.
What'd you say, Shandy?
I said, speaking of eating, I might need to go grab some breakfast.
The stream's gonna end soon. If you'd like to stick it out for that.
Yeah.
Take long. But Jeb, so are you gonna make a video on Spectacular Spider-Man?
I'm gonna have to. I really am gonna have to. It's our CV came back right to the end.
Yeah.
The thing is, I came into this expect season 1 to hold.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect this. It's such a disaster first, and I really need to justify this take, even though people back me already. But man,
yeah, Spectacular Spider-Man is held as one of the best Spider-Man properties there is. Like, everyone loves it and says it's also extremely comic accurate. And I never watched it, but apparently I'm better off.
Well, Marcus, you should know. we've learned from the sins of the past that if something is comic book accurate, then it is statistically likely to be shit. Because
Yes,
guess
because
what?
most comics are shit as well.
A
Yes.
very large majority of the comic books, especially the mainstream ones, are shit.
Yeah.
Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me to break down these villain origins?
Yes.
And only one is going to make sense.
Wait, is Spectacular Spider-Man bad?
Yes.
Very bad. Yes, it's a 2 out of 10.
But it's Spider-Man.
Spider-Man is always
don't
good. There are no bad Spider-Man ever. Never have there
How can
been.
you hate Spectacular Spider-Man? It's just a cartoon for kids.
I'm
Exactly.
craving pickles right now.
You're
I'm proud of you,
complaining
Shandy.
about a movie intended for children about space wizards. Like, come on now.
About
So
space.
I'm gonna break down these origins. Only Vulture makes the most sense.
Alright.
Vulture uses his flight tech to get revenge on Norman for stealing his research and chucking him out. That is
Okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Who's next? Man, this is a good start, isn't it?
Electro. I like Electro's origin.
Oh, Electro. So,
Shit, let me see if I
Max is
can find the
pulling
clip
out
in the meantime.
Max is trying to pull out this rack that's jammed, and the drill on the top somehow falls onto the electric panel, destroys it, electrifies it. He goes to reach it for some reason, gets electrocuted, launched into the eels, and becomes Electro.
Can we like play the scene, like just break it down as you commentate?
I'm gonna try to find the
sure.
clip. I'm finding it. I think.
SK Twitter.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Oh,
yours,
right.
but it's the same way because you quoted him. Fuck.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
SK has a
understand.
lot of tweets. So I have to scroll a lot.
Okay.
Vulture's the
found
best
it.
villain in the show.
Okay, so I'm
Someone
gonna
said-
send the link. Hold on, because I gotta do something real quick. I'm gonna send the link, and then everyone just go at 0, and then I'll count down, and we'll react to it at the same time.
All right.
I've seen this already.
I have not. I don't remember this. I mean, I know what happens, but I don't at the same time.
Oh, you're gonna see something wonderful.
Okay.
Hold up. Just fixing the screen here.
Hey, if it makes TASM 2 Electro look better, I'm all for it.
Yes.
Oh, it does. And by the way, they think this is your hot take with SK.
Oh, this is the thing. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not. I had no idea. The Spectacular Spider-Man was bad before this morning.
All right. It's everyone at 0 in this tweet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, play. Shit. I'm gonna use a
It's lagging.
copyright cover.
Oh, it's not playing for me. I don't know why.
All right.
Here, let me load it up on my. Hang on. Let me do it again, but on my phone because it works on my phone all the time.
We'll wait for CV as I explain the lizard. So the lizard's origin, he's gonna test himself with the vial, doesn't do any animal trials, stops himself because his wife, or something like that, someone spots him. And then electrifies that vial in a fight, and he ejects himself without any trials. Now,
Alright, I found it.
Once I finish this Pokemon Watch, in Tasm 1, people complained that Kurt didn't do enough trials. This guy does 0. This is what.
No, wait. My bad.
Alright, so you ready?
Yeah.
Let me rewind to 0. All right. 3,
Yeah.
2,
0,
1, play.
This is amazing.
See, this is art right here.
And that's how.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how. And then he blames Kurt for that. Becomes Electro.
Yes, definitely not. Yeah, definitely Kurt's fault.
I wish I was joking.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch this thing, right? Yeah, it was all Kurt. He made me do it. I was coerced into touching it.
I was like, what?
was forced against my will to hit the tank.
Yeah, that clip is not great.
Who's next? Oh,
that's
Stan.
How
amazing.
did that turn him into
Yeah.
Electro and not, a Karks? That's a good question, Britt, for another time.
So then after Lizard we got Sandman, I think. Is it Sandman first? Yeah. So
Yeah.
So after getting caught 7 times by this point, and have to be bailed out, they think you could distract Spider-Man as a super villain. Let's use you. And they turn him into Sandman. And that's Sandman. Then they try the Rhino, who was discarded for being worse than Sandman when he was a thug. They're like, let's try you. You would do better. I wish I was joking. Nope. Then we got Green Goblin, who they're trying to do this twist thing within a twist, and it's retarded. You know it's Norman. We don't know how he became Green Goblin yet, so
Alright.
that's fine. Doc Ock, Doc Ock's brilliant. I love Doc Ock. He gets locked in a room by Green Goblin, gets electrocuted and blasted to near death, but he should be dead.
Okay.
And then he gets saved by Norman, turns on Norman for being abusive to him, which is fine. But then he turns on Peter thinking Peter's going to kill him, because he took down Sandman and Rhino, even though he knows why they did that. And he ignores Norman for the rest of the episode.
Okay. Pretty
I
genius.
was like, okay. Shocker's actually fine in how he gets his suit. That's actually perfect. They do a secret heist. No issues.
Nice.
Who else is there? Oh, the symbiote comes to Earth because astronauts can't pilot properly. And that asteroid is them all. Oh, CV, do you know about the Rhino segment?
The what segment?
Rhino.
Where Peter literally kills people.
I do not.
Let me describe to you what happens. It's beautiful. So, they're on the Bugle, on like a certain floor, and Peter lets Rhino charge into the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Deliberately, he lures him. And then Rhino starts falling. Rhino goes through, starts falling, he's like, shit. Tries to stop him with weapon. Rhino's too heavy. Now Rhino's surrounded by police. Peter stands there watching Rhino kill those police, and then jumps in the house. 27 seconds till he thinks, oh well, gotta help. And then he goes, come over here, Rhino, and leads it to a civilian area where he's destroying cars. At the top of it, I'm scared that bystanders are gonna get hurt.
Are you? Okay.
Oh boy.
Say so.
Let me read what I described to Deb. So this is how we get a sort of fight against Lizard, and Peter survives. Peter mistakes the alligator as the lizard, doesn't jump off it, gets taken by Lizard and starts drowning underwater. But the alligator was like, let's save Spider-Man.
What?
He's just dying.
What? What?
Wheezing.
Okay.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. Sort of, kind of, not really.
Because the alligator goes to attack him and then distracts Lizard, and he actually holds a fight against the Lizard for a few minutes. Spider-Man struggled against the Lizard, and then Spider-Man saved by Eddie. That's why Spider-Man doesn't drown to death. An alligator steps in.
Wait. Okay.
Oh, what else to say?
This is a comedy, right? This show's a comedy show.
What else to say? That's hilarious. Oh yeah, Peter. Are you ready for what Peter does as well? He lets Lizard go off on a train with Eddie in it, and the Lizard in it, and the Lizard wants to eat people. He's like, oh, I'll give up.
Very characteristic of Peter, yeah. Can definitely understand that.
Is this like one of the worst? Is this one of the worst versions of the character you've seen?
Yes, easily. He is.
What?
What do you mean, what?
No. Like, you just took me by surprise there, because that would include Raimi Spider-Man, that would include Spider-Man P4,
Yes.
that would include...
This character has no redeeming qualities. He is a piece of shit.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm gonna go that far, but crikey, okay.
He doesn't give a fuck about his friends until like the last second randomly, and then he doesn't learn his lesson. He keeps revealing his identity like a retard.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Cheese, yeah.
Jeff, repeat the last part. I didn't hear it.
What bit?
The very last thing you said before Shandy started dying.
He keeps revealing his identity like a retard.
Oh.
He climbs up a building wall as Peter. Like the Daily Bugle, he climbs up as Peter. I don't know why.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that one segment where he's like trying to find his shoes in episode 1, that pissed me off, because I was like, why are you going through all of this effort in like your civilian clothing just to find some fucking shoes?
I know. Multiple times he lets people die or causes insane things to happen, worse than any of the other ones. And the only character he seems to be never a piece of shit to is Aunt May. He's pretty nice to Aunt May.
Oh, that's nice.
Good. Treat your elderly well. I support it.
Where's the list I put? Where is it?
No idea.
I put a list of the things that he did.
Is it in your document?
No. Okay. So this is what I had by episode 6, halfway through. He lets a helicopter crash. Lets a train with Lizard inside go off with his friend inside.
Real quick. Someone in chat is asking. We're talking about Spectacular Spider-Man. Jeb's recently rewatching the show and it's not turning out great.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about Spectacular Spider-Man. I'm just sitting here jamming to Bury the Light, because you guys might like hear me a little bit in the background, just like saying some random shit. I'm just singing with the lyrics.
Yeah, and Zod is just dead.
Yes.
Yeah,
he's not alive.
Yeah.
Doesn't care for his friends' problems and tends to be defensive when called out. Almost causes a major car crash. So to explain that.
Okay.
To explain this, these thugs are speeding, and he starts shooting at their engine, causing it to spin out of control.
Yeah, but is this as bad as dropping a little crane on people?
When you let a helicopter crash, the Lizard go off scot-free inside a civilian train, and stuff like that, yes.
Yeah, that does not sound the optimal decision from Spider-Man, but what do I know?
Let's Rhino kill police after launching Rhino into that place deliberately. Treat Max like shit to make him worse as Electro.
Oh yeah, fuck, I'm not a big fan of Spider-Man just insulting villains just for the sake of insulting villains. I quite like, compassionate Spider-Man who tries to help people out of sticky situations, especially when he can tell that, what they're doing isn't necessarily their fault and they kind of don't know what they're doing. I like that aspect. I think it's pretty underappreciated from the Tesla movies.
I agree.
I agree.
wears his suit under uniform, making him easier to be spotted because they aren't effective at concealing. Like, he
You
has
know
his
what movie fixes that? Spider-Man: Homecoming, because he takes his suit out of the bag.
I know.
Which is
Yeah.
big brain.
Imagine that.
Like, he has his shirt lifted, and he doesn't feel that his shirt's lifted, or no one notices he has Spider-Man underneath. And I'm like, what?
Also, wouldn't it be like crazy hot to wear that all the time?
Exactly.
Could be.
Yeah.
He lets Jameson get interrogated for 10 seconds by Rhino. He literally just stands there watching.
Nice.
Good man.
He levels a building on Shocker. Somehow Shocker's alive.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so he took Spider-Man PS4 Shocker bang fight scene one step further. Instead of dropping a chandelier on him, he drops an entire building.
Yeah, he goes, oh, this place is condemned, and then just levels the building on him.
The fuck? Is Shocker like a super soldier in this? Has he got like enhanced durability or something?
No, he's a normal person.
Wait, so does he survive?
And we actually see him we see him get crushed by the rubble, but he's somehow alive.
Okay. Sure.
Wow.
He swings his Peter near his house in plain view, and then onto the house at the front. Climbs up building walls as himself, not as Spider-Man.
Genius.
It's just like there's so many things. I hate this Peter. He is so bad. He's my least favorite Peter.
Nice.
So he's such a cunt. I don't get why people praise him. He's a genuine piece of shit to people.
Because it's comic
Well, you
accurate.
see, that and yeah, I got nothing going.
So Dom says Spider-Man PS4's a major fit to stop talking. Correct. This one's worse. Like, there's a point where he can sneak attack and he starts yelling at him, at Doc Ock. And I'm like, what are you doing? Just sneak attack. Oh, and his durability's so inconsistent, and his spidey senses. An alligator is stronger than Spider-Man, based on the logic of what I saw.
So, yes, Spectacular Spider-Man.
Completely reasonable.
Not great. You'll be
Anyone-
hearing more about this in the future weeks as Jeb watches more of the show.
Yeah, I'm up to 9 episodes. 2 of them are 4. 2 of them are 3. One of them's a 1. The rest are 2.
Alright.
Well, I'm just happy that Into the Spider-Verse continues to be at the top of the pedestal in terms of Spider-Man content. It is not only just the best Spider-Man content out there, but it's very likely going to end up being the best superhero content out there, along with just being good content in general.
Yep.
So,
it's
hail Miles Morales.
Miles will always be the best Spider-Man adaptation in Into the Spider-Verse. So, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, John Barrowman blocked me.
What?
Who?
I told her to fuck off, sexual harasser.
Oh, okay. Now I see that. That makes sense.
Oh,
That's
God.
fair enough.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't think there's anything else to talk about. To close out, if CV, you go first because you're first on the call. Would you like to promote your channel for the people watching?
Sure. My channel is certain vids. I haven't made a video in a while, but I might make one sometime soon. I have no idea. But if you want to follow me on Twitter, that's where I'm usually at. It's at certain vids. So feel free to check that out. And yeah, thanks for having me on. This was fun.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Channels in the description for both Shandy and CV. And yeah, Shandy, what would you like to talk about, Shandy? About your channel?
Hi, I'm ShandyDasquire. Most of you probably already know who I am. I make videos talking about Spider-Man, mostly so far. I have 2 videos out. One on Spider-Man 1 being TISM, one on Spider-Man 2 being TISM. Currently working on my part 2 for why Spider-Man 2 is TISM. While I'm working on that, I'm currently also writing scripts for other videos that I have planned that are not Spider-Man related. I know, shocker, I can talk about other things.
Impossible.
This whole Terrier's dilemma with Southpaw and the EFAP gang is making me contemplate on making my own Terriers video, so there might be that to look forward to. And yeah, if you guys are interested in my very tired, semi-drunk South African dumbass accent, then go check out my videos. I make pretty entertaining things as far as I'm aware. No one's told me that I'm not funny, so
yeah.
if you want to give me that extra dopamine shot and boost of confidence, then please go watch my videos, leave a like, subscribe, do all that jazz, and keep dishing out content.
Can confirm Shandy's videos are really good, really entertaining.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to check out the Spider-Man 2 videos because Southpaw already covered the film, I'd still say it's worth checking out his videos, Shandy's videos, because he's covering a lot more than Southpaw did, more in depth and with more issues that were found along the way. So, yeah, definitely worth checking out both of these people here. And yeah, I think that's it.
Strike to Savia with the fucking hard blows, like.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. We'll catch you all probably next week, not on Friday, but yes, next week, covering a new topic. But yeah, thank you all for watching. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. See ya.